Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to meet you. Can you hear me? I hope you can. So we start our move. Welcome to our conference, and thank you for joining us. And we start our move conference, People's Matter. And you know that the world is changing even faster than we could imagine. And so we all have to be prepared to whatever comes. And so the concept of continuous learning becomes more and more important. That's why our conference is dedicated to modern approaches to the professional development of personnel and to new opportunities for maintaining and improving the qualification of employees. And as we know, online learning allows you to quickly design and deliver training courses that meet the real needs of the audience. And we also dedicated our conference to the air transport, because you know that in the air transport industry, the situation is even more complicated, because the industry is forced to make difficult and tough decisions. On the one hand, the unprecedented decline in air travel has led to a radical drop in company revenues and required significant cost cuts and staff cuts. And on the other hand, highly qualified personnel are always in high demand in the industry, and human capital is really one of the most important values. So the industry have to somehow solve these questions, and I am proud to announce that Mr. Anton Grove, IATA Vice President of Human Resources and Development, will talk at our conference. And just a few technical announcements. We have a good technical team who helps us to make this conference, to conduct this conference. And Rita is before screens, but she will change slides and so on. So sometimes I or our speakers will address her to do something, and so don't be surprised when we talk to Rita while you don't see her. And the conference program consists of 3 plenary reports and 3 consecutive panel discussions. 2 of them will be held in English, and the 3rd final will be in Russian, because we have many Russian-speaking audience here, and this discussion will summarize the results of the previous discussions, and at the same time it will allow us to focus more sharply on the specific Russian issues. So, okay, I think we may start now, and now I ask to switch on the Anton Grove. Mr. Grove. It takes a while for switching in this platform. Don't worry about it. And you know that IATA is I think is the most valuable international air transport organization, and so the position of IATA in these matters is very important. Okay. Yes. Okay. I think. Anton, please switch on your microphone and your video. You have 32 buttons on the screen, so just press both of them. Yeah, okay. Great. And now another button to switch on the microphone.
So just can I just check? Can you hear me and see me okay now?
Great. Yes.
All right.
Can.
Okay, that's brilliant. So thank you very much, and apologies for taking the time in getting the technology to work with. That is just part of
Thank you for coming. And so what's the position of IATA in this tough situation about human resources and human personnel? And what is going on? So please tell us.
Well, I think it's a multi-million-dollar question that everybody's asking themselves at the moment.
Definitely.
In ever-changing and fairly complex time periods. So what I'm going to do, if that's okay, I would like to just ask if someone can please move the slides for me.
Yes.
You can just go to the first slide. All right, thanks very much. So clearly, yes, this is digital dexterity and digital transformation. And I'm talking now from an airline point of view, is clearly one of the major issues that we face as an industry. And for IATA, it's no different as an organization. So I prepared a couple of slides, some talking points to go through. And at the end, I will stop, or if anybody's got any questions, I'm also happy to take them during the conversation. So maybe if we can just move to the second slide, please. Thanks very much. So in this slide, clearly there's a number of talent implications of digital transformation. Companies are seeking to identify new ways of working, adapt or adopt emerging business models through technology, and that will clearly, as an organization, need support and integration from the HR functions. What we've seen through surveys, and I'm going to talk quite a bit in this initial phase about the type of surveys that we've seen, just to give us some background information, is we see that 90% of corporate leaders are currently saying that digital transformation is a top priority. Yet only 83% of those struggle to make any meaningful progress. Okay, so it is not a simple initiative and task to accomplish. 39% of new job postings between 2019 and 2020 in the US requiring digital skills are from non-IT functions. Marketing and PR, sales, business development, finance, accounting functions together account for up to 19% of all such job postings. Analytics is probably the most popular digital skill, featured among the top 5 digital skills by demand volume across all 8 non-IT functions analyzed. There's also a belief that millennials aged between 27 and 37 have higher digital dexterity than older generations. This is clearly a myth. The data shows that there's no statistical significant or correlation between age and digital dexterity. Hiring young employees is beneficial, clearly, because you're getting new perspectives, but hiring millennials will not in itself fix a digital dexterity deficit. If we can move to the next page, please. Thank you. And I want to refer to a survey that was done by Gartner in 2020, which was done through a board of directors survey of 36 boards of directors, and found the top 2 game-changer technologies to emerge from COVID-19 for their organizations are analytics and artificial intelligence. The other top digital capabilities in focus are autonomous things and cloud computing and smart spaces. So we can clearly see from a C-suite level where we are moving in terms of the type of skills required. High diversity in digital skills demand among different organization groups. Among the 46 digital skills identified in the analysis, a high growth in demand was only on artificial intelligence and Microsoft BI. These were common across the groups that were surveyed. The skills landscape in these technologies changes continuously. That we see in the environment we are today. Hence, it is critical to ensure that HR leaders diversify the sources of input for skills needed. That means constantly we are asking our HR leaders to be in close contact with the business to understand what is the changing in skills requirements and make sure that when they go out into the market, they are actually putting down these new skills requirements into their sourcing platforms, be whichever channel they are using. And this, as by the survey, is even more important when you have a tight budget. We can understand that with these changing skills requirements, you have to become much more specific and much more focused and pointed to the skills required, because you don't have an open checkbook anymore. 46 of the digital skills have seen strong growth in demand from at least one of the three leading organization groups. If we could move to the next page, please. And unfortunately, I don't see all the questions. All right, if we move to the next slide, talking specifically about digital dexterity. What is digital dexterity? What does it actually mean for organizations? It's broader than just a set of skills. It's a specific set of beliefs. It's about mindset and behaviors that will actually help transition the business of digital transformation. So it is as much a particular skill as a mindset change within the organizations. This includes, but not limited to, employees' ambitions, the ability to build digital businesses, as well as the ambition to work digitally. Now, with all the bad that has come from COVID, one of the things we've seen, and I can talk to our own organization, is the ability and versatility of our employees to have started working. Clearly, they were forced into the digital world, but to a large extent became much more agile in how they work together to deliver the same agendas for the organization. Just some interesting facts. The survey found that 9% of employees throughout enterprise have high digital dexterity, but those who do are 3 times more effective at contributing to digital business outcomes. Focusing on expanding sourcing criteria, such as redefining hiring requirements, as I've mentioned earlier, in terms of involvement of our human resource folks, or searching for non-obvious candidates can increase the average number of qualified leads generated by up to 72% more on expanding the resource channel mix. That means be very specific of the digital criteria that you require in the new organization and in the roles that come up that you need to fill. It is really important that leadership messaging, so what are we expecting of our leaders in the organization, and activities. These activities should be powerful drivers of digital dexterity. These should be the messaging to clearly be advocating on behalf of making sure that the organization embraces this digital change. If we could move to the next page, please. So what are these leaders? What do we expect of them? So for digital dexterity to actually take a hold in an organization, leaders need to create institutional support and And that means dexterous behaviors and processes. So it is, I nearly want to say, it is questioning everything we do, not exactly to that point, but the acceptance or the pure acceptance of the processes and behaviors that we had before are not good enough anymore. There needs to be a clear priority for all employees that must reflect in the organization's day-to-day operations. It's important for senior managers to work with one another and business leaders to ensure enterprise processes such as workflows, incentives, budget, and policies foster rather than hamper digital dexterity. Again, bringing in at the front end and as business partners, our HR professionals can clearly play a role when they partner with business leaders and managers to identify where enterprise process and workflows deter digital dexterity and solicit solutions so employees can more effectively practice what the leadership team preaches. So that means, if I just try and put this simplistically, is are the things we're doing today still effective in driving our digital transformation? And that is everything on what we have in terms of processes, policies, and the way we do business. It's important that we, as leaders, align the actions and try and remove the process and governance barriers to make the desired behaviors frictionless. These actions can include redesigning how work gets done and reviewing performance matrix to support digital dexterous behaviors. Okay, what that really means for me, and if I look at our organization specifically, is do we look at performance as a singular metric per individual, or are we slowly but surely moving to fusion teams and teams delivering the agenda? And again, just coming back to where we are today in terms of the COVID crisis, it has, in our organization, I'll talk to it in just a few minutes, in our organization, we've seen a significant change in the mindset, attitude, all through from our leadership teams right through the organization in working much more agile in support of delivering the business. And in some respects, to be blunt, it has forced our colleagues to actually engage with each other to be able to deliver. So if we could move to the last slide, please. So what I'd like to talk about in the last slide is really what is that transition that we are talking about. We know in traditional teams, we actually have team boundaries. We often talk about things like the silo effect. We often talk about people have their own agendas, etc., which is a very traditional frame set in most organizations. And typically, there are teams formed within very particular functions. What we've seen, and I say with a lot of positive change, and again, I can relate to our own organization. We have now seen where we were forced into teams forming across functions. And when I say across functions, these were not just across functioning location. Given the nature of our business, these were teams that form across functions and across locations across the world. And that means we had the actual boundaries were not per function, but was really the business lines were drawn in terms of enterprise boundaries. So how do we focus on the goal that needs to be delivered and not be hampered or not be stopped by the typical traditional functional lines? When we talk about source of technical expertise, typically, and again, I generalize, typically skills are provided by IT staff exclusively. What we found now is we have technical skills across the whole enterprise. And what we find even further is that by actually working across functions and across geographies, we've actually identified more technical skills within the organization, which were not naturally evident, because typically organizations, and ours no different, would look to the IT infrastructure and the IT departments and businesses to deliver these technical skills. However, we've now found that we've identified a number of technical skills across the organizations which were not normally obvious. In terms of delivering these, typically in a project you would find very specific project teams, and they would be ring-fenced in terms of the delivery of this work in particular projects. Okay, what we find and look to in the future is that work is integrated across delivery life cycles, and our iterative approach is common. So basically saying that there are no more boundaries, and we look at the total life cycle of a delivery of any project or any piece of work. So if you look at the end-to-end, you might have teams from across the organization coming in and out of that life cycle throughout and until the delivery of the final product or objective. We see reporting lines changing. Typically, we know in a typical structure, you'll see IT staff and IT leaders reporting to specific technical leaders. And these business and typically business staff report to business leaders. What we're seeing now, if we talk about teams or fusion teams, is we see that, yes, there might be a functional or an administrative reporting line, but what we found has worked extremely well is when you mix teams up and the focus turns from who do I report to a situation of what do we need to deliver. And you could find people being drawn in, co-opted at any time of the life cycle of a particular delivery. And this is no different in our specific organization. We have seen, and again, I say, in a lot of cases, we were forced into this situation just by the situation we face today. But we have seen that it can really work. And we are very clearly looking at this as an operating model going forward. So starting to look at common goals which might stretch across different divisions, different departments, rather than them all being focused in one department on its own. So again, coming back to the situation we faced during this period, clearly there's been a number of negatives, but clearly there's also been a number of positives that have come out of this. And I think it does require, and I'm just talking again from our organization's point of view, it will require a mindset change of how teams will function, where do we find the skills, how do we work across the life cycle of a delivery or an objective versus keeping the focus within a very specific department or division within the organization. So again, I will stop there. That was my last slide. I think we have maybe a little bit more time, so I'd be happy to take any questions or any comments if there are any at this time. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Anton. It's very interesting and a great presentation. And we have a question. Actually, we have it is repeated a few times, and it is also my own question. Could you tell us more about this fusion teams and how do they interact with traditional team? Because we know a traditional, say, airline, and they have all this rigid structure. So what we have to do and how we make this other parallel, or do we change completely the whole structure? What to do?
Okay, apologies. I'm just moving my camera around. So like everybody else, as you can see, it's not okay. My background is not fantastic. I do have a fridge in the background. Well, it might be a good thing when the days get really tough. So
it's okay.
So Alexey, yes, to come back to your comment, you are right. If we look at a typical airline structure, and I can talk about a typical organization structure, yes, it is very much structured around traditional departments. You can look at anything from finance to HR to operations to supply chain and so forth and so on. I think what we've seen in our organization is those won't just disappear. So let's be practical about those. Those departments and functions are not just going to disappear. What I think we need to do as organizations is slowly but surely start looking at where we're facing objectives or delivery of particular product within the organization, is being more open and flexible and changing our mindset to bring people in from other parts of the business. Now, we're not going to whole scale all of a sudden change the structure of an airline. You need pilots that fly planes, you need ground crew that operate, you need cabin crew, you need the administrative functions, etc., etc. Those will remain. But I think the flexibility and the mindset of our managers to say, well, yes, we are more open to allowing our people to go and work in other parts of the business where they add value. Typically what happens, and I've seen this in not just in this organization, but other organizations I've worked in, is we end up bringing in consultants. We say, well, we don't have this, it's within my function, I'll get a consultant in to come and work with on a particular thing. What we've now found is a lot of this expertise and skills is actually sit within our organization. But it does change a mindset, or it needs a mindset change from I own it to know the organization own it, and we focus on the absolute delivery versus what happens only in my department. So again, I'm not advocating that all of a sudden we will see a whole-scale restructure in organization to do that. This for me is much more a question of mindset and not relying on the ownership of employees, departments, divisions, but rather being more flexible in we have got an issue. And that starts at the top of the organization. If we have a mindset at the top of the organization says, no, this is my division, I will act in this division, well, then it's going to be very difficult to break that mentality. If you have divisions which put up their hand and say, look, I need help in a particular area, and I think you might have some resource can help me, that is where it becomes more open and more acceptable for people to move across different divisions and departments. So I hope that answers some of the question, Alexey.
Yeah. So the idea is that we have more information circulation within the organization, and so that it becomes more flexible, and it can we can form some new teams in the organization just to solve some specific issues that goes. And what about the improving skills of the people in the company? So what means do you see to do it, and how it's going? What about continuous learning? How to organize it?
In our organization, it was a classic example where all of a sudden we went from in some areas a traditional business model of classroom training on a number of our products and services. We were all of a sudden faced with people couldn't travel, they weren't going anywhere, and you either stick to your model and die, or you transform that learning, what we see today. And we have transformed a significant amount of our IATA products and service learning into digital learning. And that is in different sides of the spectrum. It could be purely online learning, it could be instructor-led learning, etc. And I think that I believe that our business model will never remove entirely the question of classroom or face-to-face learning. I think it has incredible value. Also, if you just look at the networking ability for people to interact when they are together. So to try and answer your question, the learning within organization is not a whole-scale re-education of your workforce. What I think is key to start understanding where you need this digital technology. And in some cases, it is then through, and we've seen this now, how people have learned through these fusion teams, if you want to call them that, or just where they've worked together as team. The learning that has happened in those teams that have been extremely high. Because all of a sudden, going from I work in my department, all of a sudden I'm in a team with a number of other people from different parts of the organization. So it is not, I would not advocate that all organizations go out and do a whole-scale re-education, but it is understanding where those skills are needed. And sometimes this is very difficult. So this is not a checklist where you start going through and saying, oh, well, I need this, this, and this, and I'm going to send this person on this and this and this training to be able to do this. And I truly believe this, is that if people change their mindset of actually starting to share and work together in teams, the transfer of knowledge is incredible. And on some of our very tactical products that we're working on at the moment, this has worked extremely well. So again, coming back to your questions, how do we re-educate? Okay, for me, it's two things. One is make sure you understand where you need this digital transformation or digital technology, in which areas. Then be very specific about how you're going to get that. And again, this could be done through targeted learning. Of course, it can be. But I think it's even more powerful if you start involving people into teams to work at enterprise-wide projects and enterprise-wide delivery. So, for instance, I have a department with a number of people in my division. However, I have had them out doing consulting, doing transformation to e-learning, etc., purely because that was the business demand. So the boundaries get blurred as to who do you work for? Yes, you are situated in a particular area, but you work for the total organization. And I think the success of this, I keep coming back to it, is, are we prepared to change our mindset about what you own?
Yeah. But we have another comment from one of our participants, and I'll just read it. But what you are explaining is a matrix organization that basically nothing new, except that we have innovative tools with the electronic means. And another question, because we are just going out of time a little bit, and what kind of personnel in aviation do you think will be replaced by artificial intelligence firstly?
Okay, that is an extremely open question. I'd be very careful to start dictating what airlines should be doing in terms of what jobs will be lost to artificial intelligence. But I think if we look just traditionally, which type of activities rather are digitalized or where artificial intelligence are used, is typical things where it is process-driven and repetitive process-driven. Those for me would be the typical areas to look at when you're looking at going down the digital road, and particularly artificial intelligence. We see this today when you are doing any inquiry about a product or service online. You're talking to a bot most of the time, and eventually you might talk to a human being. This is where I think it'll be going. So if you look at people flying planes, I think we're very far off to play before planes will fly without pilots. Baggage handling, for argument's sake, it's a repetitive task. Can you get baggage handling done through better technology without having people physically standing there picking up suitcases and putting them on the belt? So those are the sort of areas where technological advancement could definitely help. I think just to the previous question in terms of a typical matrix organization, yes, 100% correct. We do have matrix organizations, and I've got them in my own division. We have got people reporting to me working within the business. However, that doesn't mean that they are going to be successful in delivering across the board projects or objectives. I think it is key, and I see this even in matrix organization. People say, well, yes, I report to that one, but in actual fact, I'm now working over here. But if there's an issue, I don't report to you. I actually report to my different line manager. So I think therein, for me, again, comes to it. I know it's easy to say people need to change their mindset, but practically, it means that people need to open up and accept that, yes, it is still a matrix organization, but we work for the aim or the goal of that delivery and not just on my particular area. So I hope that answers it somewhat. But yes, it is very much a matrix organization in that sense.
Okay, Anton. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's very interesting, and thank you for your time. By the way, where are you situated? Where are you basing now?
I am based in just in Geneva.
Okay, so it's not much time difference, because I worried if you're in the US it will be. Okay, it's nice. So thank you very much. We go further on our program, and thank you for joining us.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. And now we have our second report, which is by Achim Waeber, and this is about the e-learning versus academic education. And Achim Waeber is ex-managing director of European Government Affairs at Lufthansa German Airlines, and he is a very expert. He is expert in many fields, so it's very interesting. I think so. Achim? Just switch on the two buttons. You have a camera and you have a sound button. Press them both. Or maybe I can do it. Yes, okay. Oops. Yes, Achim, you have you have picture of probably you see me, and then you have below the small picture. Yeah, you can see in the below the screen. You see some buttons, and there is button, camera button, and microphone button. So just press them all. Okay. We are connecting. Yes. Okay. Yes. Hi, Achim.
Hi. Good
nice to hear you.
To everybody. I'm doing fine. Greetings from Berlin. And let me start. We had a bumpy start. I hope you can see and hear me now.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, so
well, let me step back before I really get into e-learning versus academic education. As you know, I have been very active for more than 40 years with Lufthansa. And this company actually was quite advanced in educational processes in the country. They had their own training center, which was later on nominated as an aviation academy. They had basic training for managerial staff, which was a 3 years apprenticeship. And actually, over the 40 years I worked with the company, I kept getting regular training academically and professionally. What makes the difference today, and what I think, and maybe I should add as well, the company as such does not have or does not provide a table to the individual employee. The employee, if ever he enters the office, has to find the table which is empty, and a part of that very often works from home. This changes the general climate, how to work with each other, and I think it was a first step into a new world, which was just explained by our friend from IATA. Well, now let me get to the e-learning, which obviously comes with it, because all those employees of, I think the company still has about 110,000 people. All of them have their own online possibilities from home, and obviously from the workplace, which, as I said, is not a workplace anymore, but an opportunity to come to the office every once in a while. Our professional environment actually demands a lifelong learning, and that's what they have understood before. What is different now is that everybody is under extreme cost stress, and obviously what this company has had as a training center can be today compensated by e-learning. And it actually compensates an instructor-based system. And what I understand from the publications on this subject, this change alone provides 35 to 60% cost reductions. A regular and constant e-learning process is needed in order to attract people in asking for additional help and providing them training in areas they were not accustomed to before. And I think it's a major advantage of e-learning that you can offer to your employees something which they can use whenever they have a free time, and whenever they are available to beyond their normal working hours. I quite agree of what IATA said and explained. The whole thing needs to be more and more based on a matrix organization. I get back to my former employer. With a number of airlines, they were able to actually concentrate certain skills on one or the other company, so you didn't need to have 5 people in the different companies, but only one for the 5 ones, and they cooperate electronically. So there is a certain definite advantage in this e-learning process, either if you do it in-house, and possibly in the future you may be able to do it with third parties like us here in this case. And this is probably a cheaper way, especially for those who do not have those enormous administrational organizations like a company of 100 or 120,000 people. I do see certain challenges in e-learning, and I think we should not forget them. Students need to have a certain self-motivation. They are not in competition with anybody else. They are in competition with themselves. The advantage in e-learning is that you can always keep repeating your lessons if you haven't understood part of it. But the disadvantage is really there's no competition, there's no way to discuss with the other students, and there is maybe a problem of developing a certain degree of togetherness and of corporate identity, if you like. As I said, it seems to be to me that e-learning is a more knowledge-based and not quite practical-based way of learning. And that's the other part. In some areas, you actually need to understand what you have learned by a practical training as well. So I think we have to go from from the traditional kind of continuous learning into a more practical and E-type kind of learning. I do see something which we need to as well take into consideration, is that beyond the kind of e-learning which we provide, you actually need as well a regular communication with a teacher or with the professor who is on the other side of the screen. Then I also believe that there's a definite need that the corporation finds ways to appreciate those who actually develop their own skills and who are able to advance in their know-how. So it might become a bit more difficult to understand the quality of the individual person, and I think there is quite a bit which we still need to understand if we advance e-learning. Well, that's basically what I thought about, and I find it very interesting. I find it a new world, and what I find as well is that definitely what we have done in the past by doing our job for 40 years or without much change will not happen in the future, and this is the actual challenge, to keep e-learning up to date and to keep our employees up to date, and sometimes even change their professional. Thank you. Well, I'm ready for for questions if there are. I don't see any at the moment.
Okay, Achim, I will ask you my first question. What do you think about the possibility of inviting industry experts to these e-learning courses? Because is it some easier to do than to invite them to some universities or what else? Or because they are still working there, still in there, do something else.
I think what you really need is a combination of industry experts and of those who are visionaries, who actually think that our industry is changing. And the problem with industry experts, and I probably include myself, is that they always think of what happened in the past, and possibly they are wrong by using their own experience. I think it's an important part of what we need to do is really to envision what and how in our industry is going to be in the future. And I think we are in front of a very dramatic change. I mean, take the classical hubs, for example. Do we really believe that those classical hubs are going to survive? I have my doubts in a way, and so it's e-learning needs to be looking forward and not looking backward, and that's not so easy.
Yeah, but returning to classical hubs, of course, it's very difficult to restart them because they were built for for decades. They were built, but anyway, I think that for quite a small traffic, the hub model is actually more efficient than point-to-point model. So, what do you think? We just go with some details, but it's just interesting.
I think you see quite a number of smaller carriers who actually do not operate on hub-to-hub operation and are quite successful. A few are. The low-cost model in Europe, for example, shows as well that you don't need to really work on a hub base in order to be successful. I mean, I'm not talking about COVID and the present situation, which is obviously very difficult. Nobody can really predict the degree of business after COVID, business travel after COVID, which was the basis for hub operations. I mean, if you have exclusively low-cost business, hub operation will be almost impossible to maintain. But that's a different subject. It has nothing to do with e-learning anymore.
Yeah. And what do you think, returning back to e-learning, and what do you think about these fusion teams that Anton was talking? What's your opinion?
Well, what I understand is, and there my experience is a bit limited. My experience is based on my former employer. The matrix-based work where you develop individual time-limited groups from the different disciplines within the company is something which has happened since I think since 15 years already. It's nothing new really. That's why I was asking my colleague. I said, it's true we have different instruments to communicate with each other, to work with each other. It is true as well that artificial intelligence will put some of this obsolete because you can do it with less or with no personnel. But I think the basis of matrix-based organizations is nothing so new. It's something which needs to be adapted and something which is culturally sometimes difficult in some parts of the world. I think I would include Russia, which is still on very much on a patriarchal system. You have a top-down system to be organized, which is fine. But I think that the future is different, and you need to distribute the responsibilities to the various groups, and that's how you can actually take advantage of future technology and future ways to organize your business.
Yeah, and by now we talked about the education and e-learning inside the industry. But what about the learning outside the industry? Because we know that aviation air transport is a very complicated industry, and there are some other maybe business partners or whoever else who want to just to get some understanding of the aviation, just to understand how to deal this industry.
Well, Alexey, you probably found out that I was avoiding to answer the question whether e-learning is anything different from the academic way of learning. Actually, academic education today is also a combination of both, and we see this at the in the COVID area time. You see that most students actually are e-learning, and this up to the point that even medical education is becoming a part of e-learning, and it works up to a certain degree. If you have to make a surgery or have to learn how to do a surgery, then it's becoming very difficult. And I think that's basically, I think you need to have both. You need to have a degree of putting people together in order to find a way to find a common identity, a togetherness, which is, I think, very important for any organization. But you can compensate a lot of training and of learning through through e-learning. I think it's something which needs to be together and which needs to really well balanced. That's how I feel. I think we still need the human factor in our business. We cannot ignore this completely. That's my personal view.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm looking
Alexey,
for any questions. Any other questions? Yeah.
How to turn the sound on? I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So Achim, thank you very much for joining us, and stay with us and ask your questions, and it is always interesting. And we go further in our program, and now we have on the screen for Chris Tarry, who is aviation industry research and advisory from CTAIRA, and he'll talk us about the air transport transformation and changes in education and training. Okay, Chris, so press two magic buttons, one for video and one for sound. Maybe we switch on to the, yes, Chris. Okay, you're here. Chris, just place another button to switch on your sound.
Alexey, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, that's great. Okay,
I'm here. Good, okay.
Okay, you're here. So nice to meet you.
Apologies for that. I thought I'd touched all of the buttons that I needed to. So, but here we are. And look, delighted to participate with you this afternoon and share my views. And I've got a small presentation. So I don't know if that's been operated from your end, or you can give me access to. But excellent.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay.
What I'll do for the next 20 minutes or so is perhaps share my views. on how I see the industry, where we are now, how I see it recovering, the features that are absolutely current at the moment in terms of airline boards, airline managements, and how it's recovering. From the outset, I think it's important to move away from an industry view. I've written many times and I've commented many times that just the breadth and the difference of the environment means that we need to look at a company level. Having said that, I think there are some common themes, particularly around the issues that we're talking about this morning and this afternoon around training. And I think one of the key messages that I put now, and it is indeed one of my conclusions, is that in the future, this sort of building back better, every business and airlines in particular, and it's not just airlines, we've got to look at airports, we've got to look at the whole system and if we look at it, there's a simple view that I've had: if airlines make money or airlines operate, the whole rest of the system can function. And that's everything from those who are ground handlers, those who are airport operators, those who are ATC controllers. And it's an integrated system. And for everybody, things are going to be done in a different way. And again, just following on from the previous presentation, we know that we have to have on-the-job training. It's going to be done in a different way. It's specific skills. And very simply put, as my background and my academic background was as a labour economist, and we look at the economics of training, we look at the economics of education. And in one way, there's a sort of set of generalized skills which sort of raise us up. We have a consumption element of education as well, which is really the social elements of us enjoying going to university. And then there's specific skills and trade skills and specific business skills. And, the way in which training is given in the future, I think, is going to be different for some of those components of that skill set. Please, may I have the next slide? Thank you very much indeed. So, this is really sort of touching on what I was mentioning before, that, we've got a view about the industry. The IATA view is that industry airline revenue in 2020 would have been something like $550 billion lower than what they were expecting at the start of the year. If we look at that into 2021, it's probably another 500 billion lower than what the forecasts were. These are huge numbers, and airlines are a business where, and airports as well, are businesses where the outcome is the result of large numbers generally moving in different directions. If we wanted to have a look at that, the easy way to do that is to look at some of the reports and the accounts that came out. Look at Rolls-Royce, huge numbers moving in different directions, a dependence on the airline sector. And in their case, a view that compared to 3 or 4 months ago, where they expected wide body operation to recover to about 70% of what it was in 2019 by the end of 2021, now looking at 55 and a downside view of maybe 45% of what it was. So, lots of moving parts. So, what we've done, and we've adopted a sort of schematic approach where we're looking at the structure, we're looking at a framework to analyze the businesses against. We've got to look at what's going on at a market level. So there are constraints. Markets are open and shut. Airlines that have large domestic markets, for example, Aeroflot, for example, the US Airlines, where something like 78% of the seats for the international airlines are domestic. These airlines groups are recovering. We can see it. We can see it in India. We can see it in Turkey. We can see it in Russia. We can see it in Brazil. Notwithstanding the little times where COVID spikes up, we've seen it in Mexico. Certainly in December, a number of Mexican domestic airports were operating at 100% of the traffic levels that they were the previous year. So again, generalization is dangerous. I'm a great believer. And my background also as a sort of sell-side analyst in the City of London makes me focus on companies and what's happening at the company level. And our view my view for some time is that we are going to see a turning point in summer 2021. In the UK, we've got the government saying, we will let you know on the 5th of April, and we're going to have it. It's all been leaked to the press, a traffic light system, or it's very dangerous to travel. And, you either put your faith in vaccines or you don't. And I will stop there because I'm not an epidemiologist. I'm an economist. So, we're looking for, if you like, the flag to drop, markets to be open and travel to come back. We know there's a pent-up demand. We saw it last summer. We have seen it again in domestic markets, and it will come back. And I think the focus we have to look on is, once we get through the recovery, how quickly we get back to growth, and growth will restore, and that is going to be a function of economic activity. Most important thing, focus of the airlines at the moment, is cash, and I will show some examples of that in the future, later on in this presentation. But what we're seeing still is debt finance being taken on board, and we're seeing very stretched balance sheets with all the considerations that there are around that. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. Few surprises here. So constraints, closed markets. That's we can see them. You go to the IATA slide, or you go to something like Skyscanner, or you go to Kayak, and you can click on it, and it will tell you what the restrictions are. Difficulties in traveling, quarantine, or whatever are impediments to travel. People are not going to travel. We know that. It's all about confidence, and it's the confidence coming back. How do you give that confidence? You give that confidence about a vaccine. You give the confidence that the region you're going to has a low infection rate, that and in 2 ways. 1, you're not going to spread it. 2 people there. 2, you're not going to pick it up. 3, you're not going to bring it back into your home country. So once we get confidence and confidence recovers, we know the demand is there. People are just wanting to travel. It's something we've all missed. And it's the key thing is missing our friends and relatives. And in what has been a very mobile society, they live distantly. Mobility, family mobility, mobility of friends and relations is much greater than it ever was before, and air travel has played a major part in that. People want to go and see. The thing that people miss most, according to the surveys, was meeting their friends and relatives. So that will come back quickly. Leisure traffic will come back. We've seen that too. But we've got the economic damage, and it's not just damage of the economies, and we're going to get so-called trampoline effects and economic as the economies bounce back and recover. And then it's the underlying rate of growth beyond that. Cash, real issue is that if we don't see a summer, a Northern Hemisphere summer opening up pretty quickly for the airlines in terms of cash flow, it's 5 winters in a row. And that's really challenging, because already we have seen more airlines needing more cash than they thought they would need 5-6 months ago. So a lot of issues, as I've mentioned before, debt issues. If we see a summer which is broadly absent, or only half the strength that they'd expected it, that means going into the next winter is going to be very difficult too. So there's still this great call on cash, which is going to focus minds for some time. But when you move into it, it's again a very sort of simple sort of view is, how strong is the investment story? Why should I lend to this business? Well, that's a function of their cash flows. Why should I invest in this business in terms of equity? That's the strength of the equity story. And for some, it needs to move beyond, well, invest in my business because you will provide me money to underwrite my losses. Next slide, please. Excuse me, I'm about to sneeze. So activity states, very straightforward. I'll show some charts in a minute, and you will know from your own markets which one of these you're in. We've seen partial restarts and loss of momentum. You look at traffic figures for airlines and airports in Europe. You look at where you've seen the recovery, touched on that with the US, Turkey, Russia and India. Restart and accelerating recovery, domestic markets, and then obviously Latin American cross-border too. Next slide, please. Now, this is what IATA is taking a view of the outlook. So, this is really the envelope which captures all the individual performances, or should. And, where are we likely to be? Are we going to be 33% of what it was, 38%, 51%? Best will in the world, these are scenarios. We can make our own forecast, but why do models work? They work because the cells are all linked up, and there's some sort of mathematics in it. How close are they as a representation to reality? It depends on the assumptions. And, we can talk about optimism bias. We can talk about all sorts of bias that may come into it. Confirmation bias if you're negative. It just tends to reinforce it, and you set those assumptions that come out. So, we have our own views. We have our own views at an airport level. We have our own views at an airline level, and how it's going to recover and why it's going to recover. What it needs is are they opening up the market? We've got governments today, or some governments today, talking about international cooperation. But there's still this view that it's a non-vaccinatable disease. So vaccination passports and travel certificates, lots going on. and it's broadly, with the best will in the world, it's still pretty fragmented and uncoordinated. We're doing a lot of work where we've got extremely clever data scientists and realistic models modeling specific risk rather than generalized risk. And from that, you can actually put into place a much better system of, if you like, conditions that need to be met. So testing, quarantine, whatever it may be, and quarantine only in the absolute case of so-called red country risk. But we have to measure it in a better way. And I say getting engagement at times is quite difficult. Next slide, please. So again, a few pictures. These go up to broadly the end of the year, in some cases into 2021. We had the top left-hand one, the Association of Asia Pacific Airlines data come out yesterday for February. So apologies, I'm a couple of months behind it, but the pattern hasn't changed. Cargo remains high, and passengers flatlining at about 3%. If as good as that. Air China, we've seen the domestic market. We saw the government saying you shouldn't travel around the new year, so we saw a dip in that. But again, international close to nothing in terms of international traffic, but again, large domestic market there. In terms of Incheon Airport, again, driven by the red line, which is the cargo line, number of flights, and these are passenger airport planes doing cargo flights. And again, so we've got some distortion in the number if we look at capacity. But again, passengers next to nothing. China Airlines is a particularly interesting one here, where if you look at the purple line, which is their revenue, whilst they've got no passenger business, broadly, China Airlines is an international airline based on the island of Taiwan, but driven by cargo activity, up for 40% above what it was. So again, airline by airline. Next slide, please. This is in Europe. Again, apologies, it's quite a compact couple of slides, but what it shows, if we take key ones, the light blue line, the third one in is Heathrow, which has not performed particularly well over the period in terms of passengers. So in terms of passenger numbers, Heathrow in the latest figures is about 8-9% of what it was a year ago. Just in very simple terms, in 2020, 55% of the revenue that Heathrow generated went to pay its interest charge. So real issues around that. If we look in terms of workload units here, again, Heathrow is the light blue one, right in the center of the distribution. So again, you're looking at workload units. Heathrow is 28% of what it was. So huge changes here. We've seen other airports. Audi is strong because of the French departmental traffic and overseas traffic, and we see a mixture of patterns, but it's not good. Even at the best, in terms of workload units, for the major airports in Europe are operating at about 40% of what they were. Next slide, please. In terms of airlines here, we've obviously just got the latest sort of Aeroflot February data, but again, you look at the domestic market here, which and you will, if we look at here in the light brown line, up to about 80% in the summer, trending back up towards 80% as we move into the start of this year. Again, Turkish, slightly lower base, domestic passengers up to about 55% of what they were. And again, we can see that in Pegasus, which is essentially the Turkish domestic market there for it, which again is the brown line, up to 60% of what it was in against previous year, so 2019, where we were unaffected by it. Again, look at Finnair and SAS trending down. Most recently, SAS have been doing better than Finnair because of the intra-Scandinavian domestic market, but Finnair largely dependent on transfer traffic to and from North Asia, flatlining. Next slide, please, and excuse me if I just take a quick drink of coffee. We know the markets bounce back quickly. We know there's great enthusiasm when you're able to travel, and this is the data from IATA for what happened when the UK said, oh, you can go on your holidays. It's not quite as clear cut as that now in the UK, because we were meant to be able to travel internationally from the 17th of May. It seems that if we haven't got a good reason to travel, we're going to get fined £5,000 if we want to travel before the end of June. So it's slightly mixed messages. And again, we saw this surge of great enthusiasm, cash coming into the airlines. Some airline CEOs very excited that bookings have gone up 600% compared to the day before. Albeit on in some cases, in this case, it was Easyjet Holidays business, which had revenue $18 million, 18 million sterling last year. So really quite small increase. So we have to be clear. We also have to be clear in terms of bookings, where a lot of people have vouchers from last year. So they might say, oh, I'm going to book, I'm going to use my voucher. So you're not necessarily getting the cash in. And here, cash in advance of carriage is really sort of key, clear and key and important for airlines. Next slide, please. So this is US passenger trends, lots of movements around here. It's a very strange one around the 12th of February, which seems to be a weather-related problem, which depressed the comparator for February the 12th. But again, we can see it, and it's slightly confused, but the brown line is the 7-day moving average. And we look at the trend. Sometimes, as they say, the trend is a friend. We've seen where it's being knocked back in November after Thanksgiving, pick up into the holiday period, fall back down. In terms of concerns about COVID, particularly cross-border into Mexico and Latin America, and then the trend up. Then we've got spring break now, which has driven it forward. Great concerns in the US about young people gathering in Miami, and it's going to be disastrous in terms of COVID. We will wait and see and see what occurs. But we've got a very realistic perspective from the US airlines. Again, nearly 80% of their business is domestic for those that are international, so American, United and Delta. And their view is that we will see an acceleration through the next few months and cash coming in advance of carriage and back to, and growing. And this is certainly borne out by the data. This is TSA. Next slide, please. And this is data from Airlines for America. And again, we can see the yellow line, which is US-Mexico traffic, back to, which is, less worse, back to minus 24% here. Again, COVID breaks out and end of the holiday periods drop back off. But again, the slope of the trend is pretty similar to what it was in the initial recovery phase. In terms of the purple line, that's Latin America, other than Mexico. Slightly stabilizing at sort of minus 70. Well, minus 70 is a pretty good number compared to what a lot of others are doing. And again, in the US domestic market, which is the black line, back to about here at minus 60%. So this is a sort of what's going on, trend rising up, US domestic market. I say Delta was expecting sort of close to minus 45%, minus 40% as we move into the early part of the summer. And yes, the vaccination program is progressing well there, and yeah, it's an important domestic market. Next one, please. Okay, cash is the only thing that matters, and in an airline industry, there's very little scope for profit recognition. So profit broadly is cash, or profit plus depreciation. So EBITDA is broadly cash. Our view, this is the IATA chart, our view is that, probably more than 90% of airlines have less than 3 months liquidity on hand. That's pretty challenging. There's an increased gap between the haves and the have-nots, and that's borne out by access to what is increasingly, generally debt now. Yeah, the coupons on the debt have reduced. A year ago, we saw Finnair, which is 56% owned by the government, have a coupon here where it's 10.25%. Ryanair last September was almost 2.9%, and Ryanair EasyJet most recently was 1.85%. So a view that we're moving into recovery and if you're looking at in terms of debt, you're looking at the cash flows and certainty around that. So what happens if cash doesn't materialize? Well, there's only one outcome. We will see more market exit. And it's been, if we look at the delay from where we were to where it's occurring now, yes, of course, it's a lagged effect. People will hang on for longer. But as we move into the next winter and the fifth winter in a row, or broadly the fifth winter in a row for some airlines because they haven't had the summer cash flow, that's when we will see more failure. So as I say, and I mentioned it before, look at airports too, real problems, no passengers, no cash, a lot of fixed costs. And the challenges as for airlines, we're working on a number of projects where we're looking at new startup airline models and how we can massively increase the share of variable cost, and some interesting outcomes on that. Next slide, please. Okay, so very briefly, and I'm conscious of time and I'm almost going to run out of time, so I'll give Alexey some time to ask me questions or anybody else. This is what's happened in cash for IAG. And what we can see here very clearly, for the red ones or the maroon colored ones are negatives, the light blue or the bluey greeny ones are positives. So huge outflow with EBITDA, 2.2 billion. Large numbers moving there. CapEx, another 1.9 billion they were required to do. 1.1 in terms of overhedging. Moving on the other side, aircraft financing, sale and leasebacks, non-aircraft financing, and a rights issue. So if we look at those figures there, 1.1, 2.1, so 3.3, 4.5, 7 billion raised to get to the position of 5.9 billion of cash at the end of the year. Since then, we've had 2 significant bond issues and also a large new loan where a lot of some of the collateral is the slots at Heathrow. Now that raises an issue on slot valuation against the market where demand is perhaps not what it was before and values may be different, and you have to take a longer term view for it to recover. Going to be interesting. Next slide, please. This is Easyjet, low-cost airline. Also, well, it's not quite as low cost as it thinks it is, and it's certainly not as low cost as Wizz and Ryanair, for example. But again, broadly similar. Cash outflow because of EBITDA. I need to underwrite that. So debt financing, some cash from proceeds, a very small rights issue they had, proceeds from aircraft sale and leasebacks. Now the market may be, it's interesting to see sale and leasebacks. We're seeing more financing. We saw Virgin do some financing to get it through this unexpectedly difficult period in this first quarter. So it's only ever about cash. Sale and leasebacks they did in their first quarter of 2021, which is up to December 2020, 32 aeroplanes, and a 1.2 billion debt issue. So only about cash. Next slide, please. This is SAS, very simple. Huge recapitalization involving the Danish and Swedish states, and also the Wallenberg Foundation, which are the major shareholders, borrowing the repayment. So they ended their year, which is November 2020, with 10.2 billion krona of cash. So that in sterling terms, that's about 1.2 billion. Next slide, please. What happened in the first quarter, huge outflow. And we can see it started with 10.2 billion, ended with 4.7. Part of that was they made their repayments, refunds so very delayed refunds coming back. So large numbers moving in all sorts of different directions. Significant attention on cash in the first one. And yesterday, they announced a major aircraft financing deal to provide them additional cash. Getting a bit low, the balances here. And again, we saw from the traffic figures, it's broadly a non-functioning airline. And again, there's this huge debate about what you do. I want to retain this capacity to be able to come back quickly when the market comes back quickly. And that's going to cost me money. Next slide, please. These are just looking at economic growth factors. So once we get through the recovery, it's going to be the underlying growth. But we have to be careful of looking at a 10% decline. What if we've had a 10% decline, a 10% recovery doesn't get you back to where you started? Then you look at the underlying rate of growth. And the reality is that for Europe, you look at the underlying or natural rate of growth. We then have we then still have this conversion period up until 2024, when we will get back to traffic broadly what it was in 2019. If we look at the great financial crisis, it took 7 or 8 years for traffic numbers and flight numbers to get back to what they were before. Next slide, please. And fuel, we've got to be very conscious of fuel. It's as ever, it's slightly unforecastable. But if we look at the trend, sharply up, and not just from the reaction bounce, we seem to find a level around $40 a barrel through most of last year. Then suddenly took off in November up to 75. And in simple terms, that adds another 45 billion to IATA's forecast fuel bill for 2021. That's not recoverable by higher fares, so that's another cost that has to be factored into the industry. So a bit of a challenge. And we still have some airlines saying we'll get it back through fares. No, you won't. Next slide, please. And just the summary. Again, everything we've talked about. Leisure travel come back quickly, short haul leisure. Visiting friends and relatives, short haul, long haul back. business travel, which is absolutely fundamentally important to airlines. For example, across the Atlantic, business and first class travel accounts for about 30% of the passengers. It accounts for about 80% of the revenue. That's going to take a while to come back. That's out of London. So building back better, and this has an impact across all activities. We'll be looking at digital. I'm working where we're looking at using AI to improve processes as well, and it can do that. So I'm taking cost out of my business. Be less labor, unfortunately, in some markets. There will be a shakeout, and it's almost like technological substitution. But the use of technology goes across all areas, and it's increasing variable cost and a share of variable cost and best value for money, and that includes training as well. So I've only, I suppose, touched on training slightly. Yes, I do. I stand up and I share my views, and I do this, that, and the other. And yes, I've done a lot more virtual, and I see that in the future. But as ever, it's going to be more in a different way in which this training is delivered, more tailored, more focused to the particular issue. I look forward to sharing my views with you in the future and applying it in terms of whether that's strategy or whatever that might be. So, Alexey, those are my sort of semi-prepared remarks. So I don't know in the remaining 4 or 5 minutes or so, you or anybody else has any questions.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. It's very interesting. And actually, yes, could you tell more about your views about what's happening to people in the industry and about the new demand for training and for changing new, what skills are needed now and what's going on?
I think, Alexey, the same, if we structure the industry in terms of skills, we've got, skills which don't change. How to fly an airplane, how to act as an air traffic controller. And the issue at the moment is how some airlines have rotated pilots and sort of kept them working. Others, I was speaking with some pilots last week, and they haven't flown for a year. And because they're not in the group that's going to come back early. So how do they get back to those skills? It's, they have to satisfy the regulator. They have to satisfy everybody that they're safe to fly. An air traffic controller friend of mine told me that, for air traffic controllers, it's just, there's not the congestion there is. So it's how do they have to radar vector people into the airfield or do this? So they have to get their skills back up. And again, so that's if you like, restoration skills and training and making sure it's there. More generally, I think if we move to businesses which are going to be more digital, we're looking at different skill sets. And I of a generation where I sometimes need a bit of help in retuning the television or resetting it up or resetting the internet, but that's generational. But from the point of view of it's no different. And again, discussions I'm sure we've had in the past and elsewhere about how we look at a business, and it's not just taking the best practice from the business we operate in, it's taking the best practice from a range of other businesses. So you think about how you can use artificial intelligence, you think about how you can use other aspects of the so-called digital economy. Do I want to stand in, I'm going to have to stand in the queue, but how can that process be speeded up? And it's all those skills. It's we know it's the application of technology. We can sort of sit down on a piece of paper and say, in an ideal world, we will be able to use this in our business. The issue is and a part of it, and this is perhaps a discussion for another day, is strategy. So I've sat through, and I'm sure you have as well, hundreds of strategy presentations by companies. And you think, that's interesting, but is it coherent and credible, but most importantly, capable of implementation? And have you got the skills necessary in your business to implement it efficiently and effectively? And it's a very generalized answer to your question, but that's it. Have you got the right skill set and the skills that you're going to need in certain areas, particularly when you're bringing change or you're bringing digitalization? And what I found is, you get many consultants who say, this is a great plan. You say, okay, yeah, that's fine. Are you going to implement it for me? And they say, oh, no, that's down to you to do. So I think there's got to be a much greater focus on implementation and not just a coherent and credible strategy, one that's capable of implementation efficiently, quickly. And that's where the skills are going to be needed. More broadly, in terms of training, in terms of communication of skills, there's no, as long as you set up as a two-way interface, there's no, yes, I love standing in front of people and sharing my views and doing that. I've only done that once over the last 6 months. I can't wait to do it again. But in the meantime, I think, as we've seen, sessions like this have developed into very useful interactive ways of doing things.
Yeah, and we have a question from the audience. And please provide the most popular e-learning platforms or websites for aviation professionals. And what professions in the future in the aviation can you name or suggest?
Goodness me. Honest answer, hands up. I don't know the first one. I teach at a number of universities, but those are all sort of particular university ones. I don't know the answer to the first. The second one.
Yeah, just a minute. For the first one, of course, I will add the move.
Sorry, Alex, I've taken that as given. Okay.
Yes.
I didn't think I needed to reinforce that, but for the next one, it's almost as I said before. You've got the skills of flying airplanes. You've got the skills of doing this. It's going to be digital, if we want to call it. You look at the Deliveroo model, where it has a huge valuation. I think we're moving to virtual airlines. And I mean that by, for smaller airlines to get economies of scale. So you're looking at how you can, in a way that's not anti-competitive, manage more than one airline in your business. And it's using AI, using digital as a sort of proxy for AI to make better decisions, to understand the market, to have algorithms that actually are reflective of what's going on in the industry. And in the near term, it's much more like a trading environment. The models and the data and the history had of, say, booking curves before, and booking behaviors have gone out the window. When is that going to recover? Probably not for another couple of years until we get it settling down. So but again, if we're looking at it, the industry's talked about how it goes digital, how it uses other things from other industries. I'm looking at how you can apply lessons from other industries into aviation, and the parallels are very, very strong. I won't say any more because we're about to launch it. So watch this space on that one.
Yeah. Okay, Chris.
Alexey, thanks. Yeah,
thank you very much. Thank you for joining us, and stay with us and ask your questions and as you like. And we go.
And anytime at all. And if anybody wants anything, Alexey, please put them in touch with me. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Speak to you soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi. And we are going according to our schedule. And now we will have our first panel discussion, which is how to move through the changing realities. And the moderator for this discussion will be Aboudy Nasser, Chief Commercial Officer, London Stansted Airport. And also we have this Bakari Abubakar, Independent Management Consultant at Frontier Innovative Solutions, and Boris Rybak, Chairman of the Advisory Board of the Move the Online Transport Academy. So I leave the screen for a while, and we'll see you a bit later. And the panel discussion starts now. Okay.
Audio is off. Well, good morning, everybody. I hope you can all hear me fine. My name is Aboudy Nasser, and I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at London Stansted Airport. I'm also the Group Aviation Director for the Manchester Airports Group of Companies. So actually today we have a very interesting topic to discuss with Bakari Abubakar, and that is how to move through changing realities. And my God, how this world has changed and the realities have changed within it in these last 12 months, and no more so, I think, than the aviation sector. But what does this mean for the people side of the business? So as I said, today I'm joined by Mr. Bakari Abubakar, a business process improvement and quality expert with significant experience in the aviation sector. So good morning, Mr. Abubakar. I have Mr. Boris Rybak on here.
Yeah, hello, hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Excellent, given the circumstances.
Okay. Boris, tell us a little bit about yourself before we get into the questions, please.
I'm by my original education and training, I'm aircraft designer.
Mm-hmm.
To be exact, fighter aircraft designer, and I spent my first 10 years of my career within conceptual design department of Mikoyan Design Bureau. Quit in January 1st, 1991, and since then I'm consulting actually different airlines, most of Russian private airlines for these next 30 years. Mm-hmm. A lot of industrial enterprises. In 2000, in New Century, I was mostly involved in project management, and most of my projects I was asked to manage were a sort of Mission Impossible projects, because a large company easily can, or easily or not easily, but they think they can manage possible projects. Right. When they face something impossible, they need to find somebody with a different background, and very often with unconventional background. Right. Just to give you an idea, I spent 3 years trying to find out where and how a new super heavy freighter can be designed and built. Right. A sort of replacement for Antonov 124.
Runway busters.
So it's actually proved to be Mission Impossible.
Right.
And you know why? Because of narrow vision of me.
Right.
You know, the step one was very obvious, where we can build new largest, heaviest freighter on Earth.
Right.
In the United States of America. It's very simple answer. The biggest country, the most developed, with the biggest resources and whatever. Step two, I started to talk to my American friends, many of them, different people. And most of them said, Boris, if you actually would like to have this project moved, you have to go to US Ministry of Defense. Only military can help you.
Right.
I said, you must be crazy. Some guy from Russia. We've got pretty good relations then, but nevertheless, I will go to US military and said, oh, guys, let's start building a new C5 or Antonov 124. So I said, no. I will try to make that on commercial basis. But look, Elon Musk did exactly what I was advised by my friend. He went to Ministry of Defense and said, guys, I will build rockets for you. You've got some obscure, some minor company called Lockheed Martin, and they doesn't perform well. I will do what you actually need. So it's a sort of my background.
Okay.
But I spent significant part of my life consulting different airlines. Okay. As I mentioned, airlines, basically all major private airlines in Russia.
Okay.
I've been for 5 or 6 years involved in working as a consultant for Lufthansa German Airlines, and it was a very good school. So it goes like that. But why we, with my friends, decided to launch what we called MOVE Transport Academy, Online Transport Academy, during last 30 years, it was a permanent problem for even much simpler projects than building new freighter. You always need people which are not easily available within airline structures. As you know, they employ several dozens of thousand employees. I would say mid and large size airlines. They've got thousands and thousands of people. But these people are actually trained mostly to do very repetitive and relatively simple tasks according to checklists and according to training and certification. That was old system. I believe that today we've got quite different situation. And look, we've got question: emergence of new qualifications at the intersection of previous professions. I will give you a simple example. Traditional and obviously well-developed profession within airline business is sales and marketing.
Let's come to that in a minute, Boris, if it's okay. I've noticed Mr. Aboubacar has joined us. Good morning, Mr. Aboubacar. I think you're on mute, so we're not going to be able to hear you.
Yes, thank you, Aboud, for having me.
It's a pleasure.
In terms of my experience in aviation, I think I've worked for several organizations, starting from Kenya Airways in the safety department, and then moving on to the local operators at small airfield. Worked for Air Kenya as the corporate quality manager, and then moved to DSC Aviation Kenya, worked there as a quality manager, then 748 as the director of quality and safety, and then finally got into my consultancy in sometime in 2016. And I've been doing that from then, basically more so on lean management, quality management, and also management of general management of the organization. So that's basically been my very short span of experience in terms of aviation.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, so we've got a bit of an agenda here, and so I'm just going to sort of maybe make some observations and then ask you some sort of questions around the agenda item that we've got. But going back to what I said at the beginning, I think the world has completely changed in these last 12 months, and no more so than in our sector, the aviation sector. And I was reading a recent Bloomberg report which said that essentially in 2020 there was 500,000 jobs lost in aviation, just in aviation, and more to come in 2021. And when you look around, you see airlines losing money at record levels, governments having to step in and put in billions of dollars to keep the airlines alive. And the recovery is not expected for at least another 3 to 4 years. So with all those sort of job losses, I think perhaps I can ask you guys, the first question really is, why should airlines or the aviation sectors invest in people and training when they are shedding people and have no money? So maybe, Boris, you can start on that question.
Yeah, it's a very good question. And actually, I've read joint report of Aviation Week and Space Technology, and maybe Bloomberg as well. Essence of this material is that do airlines actually need any more money? And the answer is no. They've got enough liquidity to survive, and different airlines for different times, between 8 to 36 months. The only thing they need to do is, it's slightly behind the scope of this article, but idea is they simply should balance supply and demand. In human words, they should cut workforce, they should cut fleets and shrink down to correspond to current demand. When demand will grow, they will increase number of aircraft flying and people working on them, and everything will be fine.
So the question is, why should they invest?
Why they should bother about?
They're losing money. Why should this happen? Why should this come first? Why is this a priority?
Okay, so my answer is very simple. Even before pandemic, airline became very archaic and very obsolete in terms of corresponding of general level of information technologies and general development of, I would say, knowledge base. When we are talking to people from companies like Google, Facebook, Apple, it looks like they're living on different planet compared to people from factories, from with machinery and airlines, with aircraft.
But Boris, Google and Facebook have a lot of money. Airlines have no money. So why should
the difference is they've got a lot of money because they got much more brains.
Yeah,
right. And I would agree with all skeptics if we are talking about Apple and Google, but we've got Amazon, very materialistic company which employs 500,000 people in different countries. And they also got money, and they've got money because they've got enough brains to correspond to current environment. Let's go down to simple things. Would you agree that people who worked in airline marketing are comparable to people who work for these marketing department of these big companies?
Well, certainly. You know, I think that obviously the people that are sitting in Amazon and Google are pioneers of marketing, and
absolutely.
And I think you're absolutely right. I think what you're getting to is the ones that are sitting in airlines have not been invested.
40 years ago, we were pioneering marketing, booking systems, computer systems. Airline business was at very forward position. Among all businesses, we implemented quite a number of things which were never heard in other sectors, and we actually get a very good reward for that during these 40 years.
If I can
go ahead.
So no, I totally get what you're saying, and I'd like to come back to a couple of points that you mentioned there, but perhaps. Bakary, what's your sort of opinion, you know, with the devastation, I would say, in the aviation industry? Why should airlines now invest in people and training in particular?
Thank you, Aboudy, and I want to agree with what Boris said earlier and also add to what he has said in terms of investing in people. And I like that you use the word invest because a lot of organizations see training as a cost rather than as an investment. It is an investment. And the reason that we should invest is that this period that we're going through, these unprecedented times, will be over soon. Hopefully, it'll be over. And if it's going to be over, the people who will have the front foot in terms of being ready to take over pretty fast and grab the market and start moving will be the ones who will have trained their staff. Remember that we've already laid quite a number of people from the figures you gave earlier. But when things become better, we'll have to bring these people back in, and how fast we can train them and how fast we can get them to speed. Because remember, they're working from home. Others have totally lost their jobs. They've been away from work, so their understanding of the business has somehow gotten lost. So we need to train. We need to have our foot in front. So that when the right time comes, we're able to get these people to start working and moving ahead. It reminds me of the IATA. There's a good IATA white paper on why organizations should actually continue investing in people to ensure and the steps that they can take to ensure that there's continuity, that they still ensure that people are trained in relation to the strategy and objectives of the organization. So that's clearly stated in the white paper, and I think that can be shared later with the attendees. They can go through that, and it will indicate why. Yes.
No, that sounds interesting, and I think that's sort of one of the things we want to discuss a little bit later. I think there's 2 points here, actually, what you sort of raise, and one is around sort of investment rather than cost, and I think you're absolutely right. I think nothing drives me more crazy than personnel departments, and I do like to call them personnel departments because I'm a bit old school, because I think humans are humans and not machines, and it's quite interesting how it's gone from personnel to human resource, like you're some oil or coal that you take out of the ground and use, and then it's human capital. You know, it's like you exist on a balance sheet. No, we're human beings.
Yes, certainly.
And you have to invest in human beings. And one of the things that I read about you, Bakri, is your absolute motivation around people being the key drivers of business transformation. And I think you're absolutely right.
Yes.
And the other thing I think that you sort of touched upon is the sector itself, the aviation sector, and Boris, you sort of talked about this, is fundamentally changing. And I think the structure of the industry is changing. And what I think is happening is departments are shrinking. We've seen that. Right. Yet people are being asked to do more. So you have this sort of shrinking of departments and people being asked to do a lot more work, not necessarily that you are qualified to do or have experience in doing. And so I think that's why the whole learning environment and investment in people is so important. And I think it's the people that are going to make this recovery, not bits of machinery that are going to drive the recovery. But if we sort of take that a step further and we sort of look at that, the old traditional ways of sending people across the world on face-to-face training programs, I think are just no longer viable or cost efficient or time efficient, really. And you see that. I've been to a number of conferences recently where you have some very, very senior level delegates that just wouldn't have been able to attend face to face, and that's because it's all through video conferencing. And if you take this sort of, I guess, new reality of needing to skill up your workforce quickly and cost efficiently, what's the future of these old traditional methods of face-to-face training? Can they still exist? Or are they over? Or if they do exist, how do they then complement this new world of e-learning? So, Boris, if I can ask you that question first, and then Bakri, I'd love to hear your answer.
Okay, first of all, I completely agree with you that people are not resources. People are not even capital. I understand they're trying to flatter us, but we are human, and that's it. You are absolutely right. Companies are trying to shrink down departments. That creates a situation when many people are forced to deal with subjects they are not qualified to deal with.
Exactly my point.
And with budget limitation, it's very improbable that they will be sent for proper training. So in this context, e-learning is a lifesaver. You can spend, I would say, 3 or 4 evenings and get through some exams, and you more or less informed about task you face. In that respect, it's definitely a good thing to have a broad spectrum of master classes or small courses or whatever. Regarding your question about death of academic training, unfortunately, it's not possible because for many specialties, you have to be certified.
Absolutely.
You have to have official permission to do your job. It's an issue by itself. but it's out of scope of our discussion. So definitely this formal training with I would say EASA, FAA, other authorities will continue. Just a very small remark. It's very formalized, as we know, very difficult to get into system, and you're losing everything when you are out of system for a year, for example, or 2 years.
Which we're seeing now.
Yeah, so it's very complicated, very formal, and this system is a root cause of deficit of certain professions. I am spending hours right now finding a good quality manager for Part 145 organization in Russia. It's almost impossible. These people are very rare, and all of them has got job, of course, and you hardly can find a good candidate, because you can find somebody who is out of system for 3 years, absolutely useless. Or you have to pirate in somebody from another organization. So it's not easy task, and it's direct result of these certification processes. So okay, I will give floor over to Bakary.
Bakary, what's your view? Can they exist? I mean, going back to a lot of what you do is around business process improvement, and presumably a lot of that was driven through face-to-face, learning, and
yes.
But in this new world, is it still relevant? Can it complement e-learning, or are those days over?
No, I wouldn't say the days are over. I would be careful about that. But what I would say is, initially, I'll speak for the not the coexistence, but the benefits of having the e-learning program, as Boris has stated. First, during these COVID times, with social distancing, it's much easier to do e-learning. And the beauty about the e-learning method, which I'll pick up from these two guys, Aziza and Newton from Underwriter Laboratories, where they have what they call flipped classroom and the instructor-led classroom, and they see the instructor-led classroom more of a push, the instructor giving instructions to the student in a formal face-to-face class, and they've come up with this agile methodology of developing and designing courses where the students are actually pulling through the various means of technology from the instructor in terms of whatever the students are interested in terms of whatever they're being taught. That's the point where they're pulling the information from the instructor. And this is more done more digitally than face-to-face. So we're seeing a situation where the e-learning platform is actually bringing in a lot more benefit. There's more interaction between the instructor and the participant or student than a normal classroom, because I can chat, I can ask questions, I can raise my hand, I can put a comment. If it's a matrix, I can do something on the matrix. So there's a lot more that the students are benefiting within a compressed time frame. And in adult learning, the beauty about the digital technology and learning is that with compressed knowledge, it is easier to absorb and easier to remember. And it can only be done in e-learning platform. And the other thing is when the knowledge is sequenced through videos, through animation, through the various ways, it makes learning much, much easier and much faster. And then finally, adults prefer self-direction. They prefer a self-paced approach to learning. So they want to learn at their own time and at their own pace. So there's a lot of, this can only be done effectively and cost-effectively through e-learning. You cannot do a self-paced learning through a normal classroom. So that's on it. But nonetheless, there is the hybrid form of learning where you have part of the process being done through e-learning platform and then part of it being done physically. For instance, medical students, they need to be there. They need to see the process.
Sure, like Boris was saying, operations people need to touch and feel the tools.
Yes, exactly. So the only thing maybe it will be more of virtual videos or virtual process of training rather than real live samples. Yeah. So that would be my comment on the two.
But specifically to aviation, I guess.
Yes.
Which specific parts of aviation do you think can benefit from e-learning? So clearly we've talked about the things that require hands-on work. No. What other parts of the aviation industry do you think can benefit from e-learning?
I think the normal causes, for instance, if I may, the skill base, like the safety management system training, the ramp safety, passenger handling, baggage handling, all that can be done through e-learning. But for you to learn how to use a tow truck, there's no e-learning there. That has to be done through the proper process with the distance that is required. But remember that a lot of it can be done, as I said, hybrid training. A lot can be done. A larger percentage can be done on the digital platform, and then where the physical is required, then that can be done on a face-to-face. Yeah. Pilot training, absolutely. You'll have to do a risk assessment for pilot training because they have to either be in the simulator or they have to do the pilot proficiency checks or other checks. They have to do them physically. So those will still be limited to actual operating of the equipment rather than the. But for the other skill-based training, then those can be done on human factors and such like. Can be done.
Boris, what's your opinion in terms of which parts specifically can be?
I slightly disagree with you. In terms of that, simple jobs cannot be affected by e-learning. I more on position with Bakari. Honestly, I cannot imagine any profession within aviation which cannot be improved by e-learning, starting from strategists and big people in the offices. I'm with all respect, in many cases there are I mean bosses and strategists and members of boards. Sometimes they so narrow-minded, and they definitely need to expand their vision of profession. And my dream, my personal dream, is to get under the umbrella of Move Transport Academy 3,000, 5,000 best people from around the globe, and give access to these people to many other people, because my vision of deficiency of academic training is it's so narrow. If you live in Australia, how chances are that you will go to university in UK for training? It's huge money. It's logistically difficult problem. If you live in Southeast Asia and some not very rich country, how do you go to the States and meet 5 best people on different specialties? It's impossible. It's simply impossible.
And we've seen that more and more with the virtual conferences that we have. The interaction is with people you would never have met.
Of course.
Yeah.
Look, we organized the conference and we are seriously discussing that Stephen Udvar-Hazy will attend our conferences. What is chances that you will have him on regional conference physically? I would say somebody in Vietnam or in Siberia. Chances are absolutely zero. And on virtual conferences, you've got a chance asking a question. Everything which is happens in Clubhouse network another strange thing, difficult to.
Let's turn this whole thing around. Okay, so at the moment, you are just little lights on my screen.
Yes.
Do you think human touch can ever be replaced?
Absolutely, no doubt about that.
Yes,
but we've got new tools.
Yeah.
And how efficiently we are going to use them.
Yeah.
That's the question.
And I think you're absolutely right there, Boris, in that view. And I think listening to what you both said, I think very valid points there. I think, from my commercial world, which is not very operational, unfortunately, but it's a lot more commercial. I think gone are the days where network planning people only do network planning, or revenue management people only do revenue management. You have to have that interaction not only within the departments but also externally, so you don't have areas that are just doing their own things and not understanding and learning what the others are doing. And I think that's probably where e-learning is extremely valuable, because it creates, I think, cohesion, brings everything together under the airline so that everyone knows what you're doing, so you can have the right discussions and not just be bashing each other over the head all the time and not being agile in what you do. So I guess that's sort of the final question is really where to learn about these new technologies and e-learning and implementing them in the aviation field.
Boris, you want to go ahead?
Look, when we started researches on our idea to organize this online Move Air Transport Academy, we were extremely surprised how little distance learning on transport exists. If you are learning English language, you've got zillions of courses, from very amateurish to excellent, absolutely gorgeous training courses with interactions and with good exams, real serious thing. And it's something like, I would say, 80% of all. If you would like to learn play musical instruments, you've got much less but still pretty good courses, different styles, different, and especially if you are willing to pay a bit, there are a lot of free courses. But if you are willing to pay a bit, you've got a really good products. And it's not the case for transport in generally, not talking about airlines. And there are some e-learning on under umbrella of IATA. It's learning of IATA documents, which is excellent, a good thing, very good thing, because everybody should know them by heart. I mean, anybody on operational side. There are, of course, IATA courses. I would say not cheap, and developed definitely before pandemic.
Nice way.
We've been buying some IATA courses, and I personally passed 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah,
and I'm completely satisfied. They are made by professionals, and they are confirmed by years of existence. So it's almost all. That's it. Very little, and we are very much optimistic about this because it looks like there is demand for that in many countries, in Asia, in Africa, in Europe, actually. And if we are talking about new disciplines and new approaches, and if we are talking about the best tutors, best lecturers in the world, it could be a case. I believe it could be a case.
Okay. No, I absolutely agree with you. I think what you guys are doing with Move is brilliant, and I think you found
not easy, but
but it's needed. It's absolutely needed because, as you say, if I want to go and learn to play the guitar, there's a million places I can go and learn. But if I wanted to go and learn something specific about aviation, it's limited.
It's limited, definitely.
Yeah. So, gentlemen, we've got about 2 minutes left. Final thoughts, Bakary?
First, I want to mention that if you're looking for how you can set up your or where to look for a resource to outsource your training, then you're in the right conference. This is the conference that will tell you everything. Stay throughout, and you'll learn everything in this conference. The solutions are right here, especially for transport. So Move is doing the right thing by and actually reaching out all the way to Africa, because I'm from Africa. In the eastern part of Africa. So whatever Boris is saying is really true, reaching out to 3,000 people all over the world and trying to get them to get the experts and try to get them to share the knowledge, cost effective and quality at high quality, right? So basically, if you the other way that you can do is look at IATA. IATA is an area you can go to, and there's quite a bit of white papers in there that discuss about training. And if you go in there, you'll get quite a bit like rethinking training in the aviation industry. Harvard Business Review, you'll be surprised that there's quite a bit on that on online training. If you look at the e-learning industry website, they also have quite a bit of that on artificial intelligence, big data analysis, the various types of training that somebody can actually do. It is a cost. To me, it is better for you to outsource it. I will be biased on that, because the cost of designing an e-learning platform can be very expensive. And from Chris's presentation, we saw the negatives of aviation, the negative figures. Everything is in the negative globally, and with the little funding that is left, you want to go for a cost-effective training, the one that will give you quality and the one that you can afford and give you the results. Because again, we don't want to end up like Boris can't find a quality for Part 145. Why not? Why not? So we need, if we get people online and they're able to learn, then we should be able to get people at least 50% of the journey, rather than starting with a person from halfway. So I've taken more than 2 minutes. My apologies.
But gentlemen, I really appreciate your time. Yes. Fascinating discussion, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Boris.
Thank you.
Nice. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. We wait for Alexey to come back, Boris, or do we just
I think so, yeah. Okay. They are connected. Okay, Alexey is back.
Okay, yes, I'm here. Thank you very much. And it was an excellent discussion, and I think it's very interesting. So thank you very much, Aboudy.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alexey.
Okay.
Have a good afternoon.
Yeah, Bakary, very nice to see you, and thank you very much. Oh, he was.
Okay.
So it was very interesting and very nice to see you once more. So okay, thank you. So yes. Yep. So we go further to our on our program. We go in time, and now we will have. We'll have another, the second panel discussion about the advantages and challenges of e-learning. And let me see, what about our participants? Yeah. And right now, maybe, yes, Alexander is here. And so we have here Alexander Turilin, co-founder and head of strategy of Skill Factory. It is one, in my opinion, one of the best IT platforms for IT e-learning, but I think Alexander will tell us more about it. And also we have Alexander Masluk, HR transformation expert from SAP company. And we know that SAP is one of the big IT IT companies. So I think we can speak about many interesting questions. Yeah. Okay. Alexander is also here. I'm sorry. I'll call you maybe by your last name also, because you are two Alexanders here. But anyway, we will understand. So okay, Alexander Basluk, maybe you will start just to tell us a few words about what is the HR transformation, as you are an expert in this field. So tell us what
that
is it?
Is a very, very good question. Thank you very much, Alexey. Well, HR transformation is actually kind of a big bulk of activities that you undertake to make your human resources, and in particular to make your corporate learning systems up to date with not only the latest software, which is obviously very topical for SAP, but also with all the latest processes, with all the latest market demands, with all the latest world problems like pandemic, for instance. And we say that HR transformation is not a project, it's rather a process. So it's like, like a reconstruction of your flat. You cannot really finish it, you can only stop it, right? So HR transformation is a process of the same kind, of the same category. It's a constant thing that you do to be up to date and to be attractive for your for the people who want to join your company, and also to basically have a world-class workforce, no matter the industry.
Okay, so Alexander, a question to you, Alexander Turilin, and maybe also just a few introductory words about your Skill Factory platform and your experience.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for joining, for inviting me. It's a privilege to speak to this new field for me. Skill Factory is one of the leading platforms in Russia in terms of teaching IT skills. So we have, as a company, we have several brands, actually, and Skill Factory is a brand for professional education in IT. So it's data science, analytics, and software development. Basically, this is what we focus on. And right now we are teaching more than 10,000 people are studying like at this moment at the platform. And so our goal is to get people new profession. So basically, we do not entertain, we do not kind of do some just general education activities. So we are very focused on bringing careers. So that's why our program are rather long, and we focus on something like tangible stuff that just, for example, not to know something about data science, but to become a data scientist. So this is what we focus on. And we are only online. So this is like, in a few words, what we do.
Yeah, so probably some people who have to leave aviation now due to these hard times in aviation, maybe they will become your clients to change their.
And they are. So we have a mission to employ 1 million people in Russia. So that's what we want to do, like as a company. And mostly the people who arrive are the people not from the digital world. There's the people who are outside the digital world who actually face some difficulties in the industries, in some position or role where they are. And this is really, we actually realized it only a year ago, I think, that our main client, our main focus is on people who actually are not digital. So when we started off, we did because we are all in this IT world, and we first thought that we do for people like us, but then we realized that the most value is actually for people who are not like us, who kind of are professional in some different industry, and that really kind of change our thinking about what we do. So it's a good point.
That's interesting, because you see that, of course, some people are leaving aviation and they are changing their profession, but they stay in aviation, they work, and they also, as we heard from this morning, that some processes of digitalization, of understanding new digital trends and like that is very important for them. So we are also thinking about what can we bring to them, what can we give them, and in terms of education, and what are the best tools. So I think it will be the question for both of us. Maybe Alexander, you'll continue, and then we go to Alexander Masluk.
So the question is, what skills are needed in kind of IT skills that would be beneficial for the aviation industry?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Frankly, I'm not an expert on that. I cannot tell you that I know a lot about it, but I think it must be something of the same as like all the other industries that undergo this digitalization and digital transformation. So it basically reflects the overall demand of the market. So market is, in my opinion, is driven by introduction of these new tools everywhere, and that's why, as we see it on the level of a person, that it is very attractive to be an IT guy right now, because there is a great career perspective, you have a great package and interesting tasks and stuff like this. So it reflects the overall process of actually development, right, of growth of this IT and digital stuff in various professions. So what we see is that there is a big demand for everything connected with analytics. So analytics is really kind of is in high demand. And so how I understand it in the way that how businesses, how eager are them to hire junior people. I think this for me is a criterion, because if they hire junior people, it means that they have a problem with this particular kind of profession, right? So because if businesses had a choice, it definitely would hire somebody like more professional, like middle person or senior person. But if they can't do it, it means that there is a demand. It means that there is a lot of things going on. So we see it from our angle, right? From the career and professional market. So data science and data analytics is definitely kind of enjoys like a high growth, and the graduates from this courses are really in high demand. Also, we see a demand for interesting guys. They are product managers outside IT. So this is the guys with a product mindset who can data driven, who are hypothesis testing driven, lean in a way. So who actually use the stuff that is working for IT platforms. They are really in high demand in a more traditional sectors. So basically, I guess aviation will need product managers or guys who will drive some sort of more product mindset, right? In building the services, internal services for the industry, in building new products for the customers. So I think this is really high demand. And another thing from the management perspective, so if we speak about the managers, another guy, his name is like IT consultant or systems analyst, is also in very high demand, especially in the industries. And I think Alexander Masluk knows better about this stuff, since SAP is, I guess, needs a lot of people like that. And they are really in high demand, people who can kind of map the business process, who can understand the customer, who can actually be a liaison with an IT team, who are speaking like completely different language and do not understand this business issue. So, and of course, there is a lot of kind of demand for software development. It's always true. But I guess now is businesses in software development, it's more mature and they need more senior people. So basically, the kind of requirements are high. So I didn't specifically answer your question, right?
That's
but
okay.
I give it, yeah. But this is like from my perspective, what I see, and I prefer to speak about the stuff that I really know, right?
That's very interesting, and your idea about hiring junior people, I think it's very interesting characteristics of the market. And Alexander Mastyuk, and as SAP, we know, produces very complicated software at the company level, like enterprise, for running enterprise, for digitizing all the business processes. And what's your opinion about what people are needed and how to develop people? And also, what can you, from standing from your knowledge, can you provide for maybe some other professions? Yeah. Like this.
Yeah. Thanks for this question. First of all, I would say that what SAP is doing is complex but not complicated. We try to do it as little complicated as possible, even though the systems can be complex. Seriously, in terms of what people need from the point of view of education, I would first of all agree with Alexander about the huge demand for IT people. It's overwhelming and it's gonna grow and grow and grow. It definitely ain't gonna stop. So we are gonna see a huge deficit of qualified IT personnel in the nearest 10 years at least. However, I mean, if we look at a little bit bigger picture, and this is also connected with what SAP is doing, because we have different systems for different people. And for different demands. Let's look at aviation. Okay, when we think of aviation, what we usually imagine, we imagine pilots and flight attendants, because that's who we see, right?
Yes.
But apart from these two categories, there are a lot of other people who work for aviation. You know, there are HR people, finance people, marketing people. There are people who do a lot of operations. And they all those categories, they need different approaches to education. For instance, if you well, probably the best approach to train flight attendants while on the job already is the so-called micro-learning, right? So it's something in your phone that you can read in like 30 seconds to 3 minutes, and that you can immediately use, right? Some new thing that we do with our customers in flight starting this week. Okay, so yeah, that's a good way to train them. In terms of let's say marketing people or finance people or HR people, they might need different formats of learning and different skills, right? And that might require courses that last for, let's say, several hours, where you learn new policies or new tools. Well, in terms of the skills, the specific skills, I would definitely add to the picture that Alexander painted here. I would add that becoming a data scientist or an IT professional is definitely a very attractive perspective, but there are also professions who, let's say, need IT knowledge or data knowledge or systems knowledge just to become more efficient in what they do. Let's say we deal a lot with HR people, obviously, because some of our systems are dedicated to HR. And within the HR area, there's a huge demand of let's say learning Python. You know, of becoming able to work with data, to analyze data, to be able to structure data in the right way. So I definitely agree with the fact that IT skills are the skills of the future. But I would add that it's not only about becoming an IT person by profession. It's also very important to be able to do some IT stuff in what you actually do, whether you are a finance person or a marketing person or a sales guy or an HR person. So that's very important. And yeah, as a big company producing a lot of learning management systems of different kind, we try to cater to every request. So we have the micro-learning systems, we have traditional learning management systems. We emphasize what is called personalized learning, because it's not just about teaching people certain skills, it's also about creating, let's say, learning curves for them, right? Learning paths, if you will, where you would like to become a data scientist in, let's say, a couple of years, right? But now you are an accountant. So while working as an accountant, you start with acquiring certain little skills that will allow to make your work more efficient, and then bit by bit, you basically become more and more like the data scientist type. So that is also a very interesting phenomena that we see in a lot of companies. And by the way, big corporations nowadays finally have started to think about what is called reskilling, especially last year due to the pandemic, when a lot of professions were just wiped out during quarantine, during lockdowns. So a lot of companies started actually thinking, okay, guys, what do we do with the people who we don't want to lose, but who we cannot use at the moment because of these restrictions? And they started implementing a lot of reskilling programs, and I think that's a big market both for what Alexander is doing and his company, and for SAP as well.
Yeah, that's very interesting, because also companies need reskilling for the reasons that you said, and also because maybe they have fewer people, but somebody have to do the same function, new functions just for company to operate. So they have add some new skills to the people who remain.
Absolutely. And one more aspect, if I can, is that you cannot just hire new people.
Yep.
Because especially in the new professions, because the demand is huge, but the supply is low. So when the demand is huge and the supply is not that big, what you have on the market is salaries are rising like hell, basically. If you see the salaries of the IT people, during the last year, we see growth of salaries for like 30-40% in some areas. So it's definitely a better way for big corporations to implement reskilling programs, retraining programs for their people, because it not only helps their people, I mean, it's not only good on the human scale, but it's also good on the financial scale. You just spend less.
Definitely. Yeah. Alexander Turenin, and as you hear that Alexander told he mentioned some tools like continuous training and micro-learning, and so what, from your opinion, what tools do you use in your company, and how they work?
I'd like to add a few comments on this to spice up a little bit the discussion. I'm pretty confident that from our experience, we didn't see any rise in really upskilling programs inside companies. So it makes sense, right? But it doesn't happen. Basically, it's only a few really small pilots that have been going on even before the pandemic. But frankly, what I understand is more like hot air stuff that is going on than really something concrete. Actually, it is a so the corporate corporate customers, right? They don't really understand what to do with it, and I think what they kind of in many cases provide some voodoo kind of activities that do not really get the results, and there is no coherent strategy inside companies and really structured demand, right? And it's the same for everybody, for all the players in the edtech market. Have great products for this, right? They know how to do it. They're really effective, but we cannot talk with the businesses, right? So we work with customers with the B2C market, because there, if we take this accountant, he comes to us and pays his own money. In many cases, he takes credit in the bank to do it, to fund this. And then he leaves this company and goes somewhere else, or he can personally find another position in the same company. And this is a pity. I think it's a pity that I don't know how long it would take companies to really kind of formulate this request and understand how to partner with providers, not us, but I mean anybody, right? And in many cases, end up having some content in the internal LMS, right? Buying a very expensive and great LMS, and kind of not always kind of making the most out of it, unfortunately. And in my perspective, this is a business problem. It's not a kind of, so there is no kind of alignment between the top managers who understand the need, the professionals in talent and development field, and the kind of people like employees. So it's all very mixed messages everywhere. And if there is no alignment and there is no really kind of demand, and it is not connected with the day-to-day kind of job of a person, or his manager is not interested in this person to really kind of complete this course, it's just all not very effective. So I also expected something to happen in this way, but it didn't happen. So probably it takes time, but it's an interesting thing.
Yeah, that's very interesting, because you see that I think that, as I understand, Skill Factory works mostly on B2C market.
B2C.
Yeah.
We even close down B2B.
Yeah, and SAP, as far as I understand, works on mostly on B2B market. So it's very interesting.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's very interesting to compare your views and your experience on this.
Definitely.
In this field. Yeah, maybe will be some connection. And so, Alexander, but just to continue
about the formats,
tools,
right?
About tools.
So what we do, as I told you, long-term programs. So basically, they're completely different from. We do not actually teach skills per se. We teach profession. Profession is a kind of complex thing that consists of many things, and you need it all, right, in order to get the job. So basically, our goal is for people to pass the screening, pass the interview and test assignment, and get a job. So basically, that's what we focus on. That's why it is different from a situation when you are already a professional and you need to get some small skills here and there to get learn new software or learn some, I don't know, soft skills and stuff like this. So we completely take people from outside this industry, right, inside the industry. So it dictates the tools that we use. So what we really believe, actually, the most important thing in education, in my opinion, is support. Is basically kind of communication between real people to real people, and this is really what brings the most value to our customers, because there is a lot of content online. There is free content, very cheap content, and content is not a problem. It is a commodity right now. Okay, there can be better content, but still, it doesn't bring this kind of extra value to people. What brings extra value is a relationship with somebody who gives a damn about your progress, about what you do, who can help you when you have a problem. And this is actually our product is this, right? So we do not sell content. We provide service of bringing person from point A to point B. So this is kind of, we are in a transport industry as well, but in a different journey. Yeah. So I think the tools are what is like simulators. So basically, when there is no need for human support, and human support is really expensive, so we cannot provide it like in all the situations. So when you do a lot of exercises, for example, every course has like more than 1,000 exercises. So it's a lot of practice, right? So it's practice. There are projects that people do, like real in the industry projects that is kind of in order to complete a course, the only thing that is really mandatory is you complete the capstone projects that are inside, that we understand that person really can do the stuff. It can be like individual projects, it can be group projects in terms of online hackathon, when people get together and they compete between different teams and stuff like this. Also, very important are the tools that help us establish service level for all the support people. So we have like hundreds of actually people involved in making the service. There's the support people, there is management of the support people, there are mentors, there are kind of first line of support, second line support. So there's a lot of people, and we want to everybody to have the same level of kind of quality of service, and it becomes an issue for us when you have hundreds of people involved in this process. So we need to measure the speed, the quality of this answer, the feedback from people. So I mean, this is where we see a lot of value, and all the fancy stuff about personalized education. How to put it mildly, I do not really believe in it. Because in many kind of cases, it has been 20 years people try to do it, and we didn't see like many examples of it really bringing value. It looks great in theory, right? But for some reason it doesn't work. For example, there is a Newton company that brought $110 million in investment rounds, right? And it was sold to Pearson for $25 million, like several years back. And it is a company with the best technology in terms of personalization, really hardcore AI, really great team, visionaries. Nothing worked. So I'm not a big fan of all this, because when people start speaking about technology, what do they say? AI, VR, stuff like this. So in my opinion, the education industry is so far behind, so it just needs to do basic stuff: CRM, service level agreements, basic automation, stuff like this. Until we cover all this, it's completely not reasonable to think about doing a VR or something like this, because it really that doesn't bring so much value. It's my personal opinion, so you can that's what I think.
Yeah, Alexander, and I mean, yeah, I'd like to ask you about, yes, but continue your opinion, and also, what do you think about courses on demand? Because it is, as I understand, that online learning makes such a possibility to make more or less quickly to make courses on demand. Do you feel it is possible, or is it really demanded? Are there any companies who are customers of SAP products who address to you and ask that they need to give some education, some learning for their personnel?
Well, we work with a lot of companies who are concentrated on revolutionizing their learning at the moment. And again, because they are companies from different industries, they use our products differently. We have at least one product that allows to build on-demand courses very quickly, and this is now growing in popularity. We started actually selling it in Russia last year. It's kind of it is always a combination. So to be really on the forefront of corporate education, corporate learning, and to be able to have a world-class workforce, you have to have systems that allow what is called the compulsory courses, like compliance, financial discipline, and things you want everyone in your company to understand, right? Then you have let's say a free float kind of like a systems that allow different kinds of learning in a free manner, when the person just wants to learn something and they have the opportunity to. And for that, usually big corporations buy a lot of courses from different sources and put them all in their learning management system. And then you might have different categories of people, like the example with flight attendants, which is also popular in banking and retail, where you have to update your knowledge very quickly and bit by bit. And for that, we also have software that can do it. So it's not just about one type of courses. It's usually if we're talking enterprise learning, it's usually a combination of all three. And then, offline learning isn't dead, by the way. Sometimes you also have to do this. So now we have already not just all three, but all four. So to be able to really have a productive learning environment, you should combine everything.
Yeah, okay. Well, I had a few questions, but they are all very specific to aviation. But
yeah, let's try. If we can do it, we can.
Maybe this one. You see that there is a question about people who maybe their starting of working has coincided with the start of pandemic, so they couldn't find work. And the question was what to do with those people, and how can maybe they can get some new professions or like that. So
look, I have a different example. I actually, and this is kind of my there's a guy who is my friend, my personal friend. I know him very well. He went to study as an airline pilot to the United States in, I think it was 2012 or 2013, and then he came back in like 2014, and he got his commercial pilot certificate the same day where new restrictions were applied in Russia, not allowing people with certificates from the United States to work in the Russian airlines. I think it's it was exactly the day he got his commercial pilot certificate. Actually, and this is a very good question because it involves planning your career trajectory. And there are different career trajectories for people like that. First of all, aviation industry isn't just about piloting. My friend eventually became a sales guy who sold aircraft, and he worked as an aircraft salesman for several years, and then he finally became a commercial pilot. But but he's now flying private jets.
Yeah,
so that's an interesting story. But I believe there were like hundreds of stories like that. The pandemic also obviously was a big hit to the aviation industry, but okay, it's not just about flying, it's also about teaching, it's about selling, it's about creating something around the airlines and aircraft industry, because the specifics of how it works. So try and think a little bit. I mean, I know that for most people flying is a dream. It's not a dream that you can just easily get rid of, right? But life might be complicated, especially as we know, last year was super complicated. So it's my advice as a career specialist to more or less everyone: try to plan several career paths all the time. So it's like, okay, I'm getting my airline pilot certificate in a year. What if there is something like, what if something happens that doesn't allow me to do it? Okay, let's think about adjacent industries or adjacent jobs, or the jobs that require skills of an aircraft pilot. So that all actually can be done if you think about it, but just try to think out of the box.
That's great. Alexander, what's your approach to, you also talk about trajectory.
So I think it's a great answer. And I would say that for many industries and for many professions, actually, inside IT, if a person doesn't work in an IT company, I don't know, like Yandex or something like this, knowledge of the domain is very important. For example, if you're a data analyst, the fact that you know the aviation industry is like a great competitive advantage for you, right? If you are from outside this industry. So like just continuing and following up on what Alexander has just said, that you might use it, right, as a basis for looking at the other opportunities within the same industry. But you definitely need to also probably add some competencies, right, that you lack, but you build upon what you have, because it's like, it's important, and you need a lot of managers, right, IT managers in the IT industry, and the fact that you know IT industry would definitely, it's the same as like, I have a friend who is in basketball, you know, and for some reason, and it's like, it's an industry term, right? It's not only about playing ball. But for some reason, he hires only the guys from basketball background for any positions, because he says, these guys really understand my stuff, right? I understand these people, and I want to work with people who are only from the basketball, you know? And I think it is a little bit kind of extreme example, but I think it works in some way, right? So if you're inside this industry, you speak this language, you understand what it's all about. Because for me, if I try to find a job in aviation, it will be very hard, definitely. So I think I would think about this and try to combine, right, what you know with what you need to know to find some great opportunity.
Yeah, okay. And so what's your, maybe it will be my last question. What's your opinion about the building new learning ecosystems? I mean, with e-learning, and so I don't know what is better. Maybe just different courses, or it is combined in new ecosystems, or like I don't know, maybe some vague question, but.
Yeah, let me start here. I'm absolutely positive towards building a learning ecosystem, and actually, I believe, coming back to my answer to the previous question, learning ecosystem is actually what you should build if you are a company that wants their people to be world class. And it doesn't just comprise different different types of e-learning. It's also about making people interact, making people exchange their experience, providing them platform for social exchange, providing their platforms for mentoring, providing their services for coaching, and combining all that, you actually create an ecosystem, an environment where people learn even when they don't think they learn. So it's not about formal learning. It's not about different ways of learning something formally. It's also about creating opportunities to learn not even from courses, but from other people, from your. It's also about training your managers to be able to guide people through their career in the corporation, and to be able to mentor people, and to be able to let them go when they grow, right? So it's a complex thing, and it sometimes can even be complicated. But building a learning ecosystem, a learning environment is actually what we try to do, and I'm definitely very, very positive towards the whole approach. So that's that.
Okay, and Alexander, what about Skill Factory?
For my opinion, learning is not a problem, right? Learning is a tool.
Yep.
So I think when we focus too much on learning, we miss why we need to learn. And definitely, in many cases, this is where the problem lies. So there is no strategy, no understanding of who we want to learn, what will be the opportunities for people. So if you allow for the opportunities, for example, what are the perspectives for people, right? You will work with your business leaders who understand what they need from the teams and what are the criteria. Everything comes to the place. And then when you focus too much on learning and not on really kind of building the system, this new world of new professions, you understand. If people understand that there is a need for this kind of, and there's an opportunity for them, you don't need to make them learn. You don't need to build anything for them, right? There is a great story from the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, right? So there is a good story inside. Actually, it's a good book, I realized. Because it was, anyway, the story was that a guy, he ran internal internship program for many years that has been very successful until he realized, and it took, I think, 6 months for people to pass, and there was a lot of rituals and stuff like this. And then he changed it to another system where he specified what kind of criteria people need to comply with in order to get a job. And then it all ended up with 3 weeks. So they did completely the same on their own without any kind of rituals and training and visit and travel, with tenths of the cost. And this is a very powerful, I think, example that you need to focus, right, on the result. What kind of result you want to achieve. You need to tell people what are the criteria, what are the requirements, and then you don't need to kind of do a lot of stuff that you thought that you need to do. So I think if you're really focused on that, the system, the tool, the education tool will evolve itself. So this is my opinion.
Okay. So thank you very much. We are, according to our schedule, we are going to the another panel discussion. So thank you for joining us, and I think it was very interesting, and I've got many new interesting thoughts. So thank you, and stay with us, and we will continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. It's been a pleasure. Yep. Thanks.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye. Bye. And now we continue to our last discussion, which will be in Russian. So we thank all our foreign participants for joining. And now we switch to Russian, and I give floor to moderator Boris Rybak. Thank you very much. Спасибо за внимание. И еще раз спасибо всей нашей команде, которая продолжает поддержку нашей системы.
Да, спасибо, Алексей.
Я вас покидаю.
Да, покидай нас, пожалуйста. У нас будет техническая тут некая задача, которую нам надо решить. Нас 5, а нам нужно, а мы можем одновременно в эфир выводить только 4. Так, сейчас ребята подключатся, и я объясню, как мы будем действовать. Так. Кроме того, нам в российскую сессию уже пришли вопросы. Уже вопросы, которые я сейчас озвучу. Они, на мой взгляд... Добрый день, Ольга, вижу вас.
Добрый день.
Значит, у нас такая... Так, Татьяна, добрый день, здрасте. Так, вижу вас. Так. Дарья,
добрый день, коллеги.
Да, вижу и слышу. Здрасте. У нас должна быть еще одна Ольга, если ее можно вывести. Значит, смотрите, какая у нас конфигурация. Мы можем быть в эфире только вчетвером, поэтому я прошу, после того, как кто-то высказывается, выключите, пожалуйста, микрофон и камеру. Вы, естественно, будете все слышать. Так, Ольга у нас тоже подключилась.
Добрый день.
Да, Ольга, вы нас слышите, да?
Да, прекрасно слышу.
Ну, чудесно. Так, вопросы у нас есть для обсуждения, вполне, по-моему, такие актуальные. Но перед тем, как мы приступим к этим вопросам, нам уже поступили вопросы, которые имеют прямое отношение к тому, о чем мы будем говорить. Вопрос один. Я просто скажу, кто захочет, тот его коснется. Значит, такой крик души. Что делать тем, у кого начало карьеры совпало с началом пандемии? Пилоту без опыта работы в реальной авиакомпании устроиться сейчас невозможно. Рынок труда переполнен кадрами. Пошел второй год кризиса. Как сохранить свою конкурентоспособность по сравнению с новыми пилотами-выпускниками? Ну, то есть, понятный вопрос. С одной стороны, что делать тем, у кого нет опыта? Второй вопрос, что делать тем, у кого опыт есть и кто лишился работы? Да, вопрос такой. И интересный вопрос, я не вижу от кого на английском языке. Значит, вопрос такой, что в современной глобальной авиационной индустрии техническая грамотность является как бы абсолютно обязательной. Но, например, главные глобальные лоукостеры вообще не нанимают людей, которые, на их взгляд, не обладают технической грамотностью. Как дело обстоит в российской авиации? Ну, на эту тему тоже можно будет поговорить. Так, ну что, у нас замечательная намечается дискуссия. Все профессионалы из моих любимых авиакомпаний, крупнейших, главных российских авиакомпаний, собственно, весь за двумя исключениями практически вся российская гражданская авиация здесь представлена. Ну, я прошу в произвольном порядке на вопросы, которые вас больше всего волнуют, высказываться. Ну что, у меня в верхнем левом углу Татьяна. Давайте начнем с Татьяны. Микрофон надо включить.
Да, прошу прощения. Да. С вопросов, которые у нас предварительно, да, в дискуссии были?
Ну, все, что вас волнует, все, что вас волнует.
Ну, смотрите, да, в принципе, оставили то, что мою компанию, да, хотя по большей части я предложила свое выступление как руководителя рабочей группы экспертного совета по проблемам человеческого фактора, да.
Это прекрасно. На этом можно остановиться.
И на этом закончим, да?
Хорошо.
Ну, действительно, да, как бы больше хотела в этом ключе коснуться, да, что действительно, ну, что вот эти моменты обучения, которые мы наблюдали за последнее время, которые мы обговаривали до этого, и сегодня я услышала в том числе спикеры, которые участвовали, да, говорили о том, что, ну, в авиации действительно есть области, которые нам весьма сложно заменить, да, дистанционным обучением, или там вообще невозможно, в принципе, да, где нам нужны допуски, да, непосредственно для работы. И вот прошлый год он показал тоже интересную картину, связанную с тем, что помимо тех программ, которые там невозможно, да, заменить, те, которые мы наблюдали, заменялись какими-то, да, онлайн-семинарами или предоставлением материалов вот в качестве самостоятельного изучения. Вот по некоторым программам работники, авиационный персонал реагировал, что все-таки они были готовы прийти, да, и они говорили о том, что то есть приходили там в маленькие группы, да, где соблюдалась дистанция, где там все правила, да, которые, ну, в частности, в России, в Москве были, да, требовались. Но они выражали свое мнение о том, что лучше непосредственно изучать там эти темы, вот когда видишь друг друга, чем дистанционно, да. Конечно, параллельно тоже сегодня, да, затрагивался момент, это разница поколений. Безусловно, для молодых намного проще, они быстрее перестраиваются, да. Также такой момент проявился, как то, что все-таки у нас нет, да, каких-то единых систем, то есть если брать авиационные предприятия, везде разные, да, то есть все предлагают разные, встает периодически вопрос того, как их использовать, да, есть системы, которые только используются только на компьютерах, да, при этом, опять же, если говорить про поколение, в основном молодое поколение пользуется гаджетами, да, то есть, ну, вот такие вот моменты, они всплывали, но при этом до этого, да, конечно, в ряде там компаний уже существовала практика, например, в частности, перевод, там, подготовка сезонная, да, весенне-летняя, осенне-зимний период, когда, в принципе, работники могут знакомиться с необходимым материалом дистанционно, где, ну, это просто, да, ежегодно и не обязательно там присутствие, что тоже показывает уже давно хороший такой результат. Вот. Ну, наверное, пока так. Относительно вопросов, дальше, может быть, я что-то добавлю, да, относительно вот вопросов, которые вы два озвучили. Что делать тем, у кого совпало с пандемией? Ну, конечно, сложный, да, период, да, потому что сейчас, в принципе, налет самих работников, он не такой, как был до этого. И входить в компанию сложно, но при этом, насколько я знаю, все равно компании берут, да, тут вопрос соответствия, то есть только вход будет намного дольше, конкуренция, конечно, выше, да, в силу возрастных каких-то особенностей.
Татьяна, вот
Да.
такой вопрос. Как вы думаете, для дистанционного обучения какие все-таки профессии, ну, наиболее подходящие, что ли? Ну, понятно, что летчиков переучивать на другой тип на тренажере, а не на компьютере. Да. Вот. Но вообще, вот если посмотреть по всей, тем более, что вы как бы в Росавиации и понимаете общую систему воздушного транспорта, вот как вам кажется, какие сектора вообще, какие участки наиболее... Ну, я просто задам направление. То есть совершенно понятно, что английский язык, который нам очень нужен, который является рабочим, понятно, что это с огромным отрывом номер один. А вот номер два. Вот чтобы...
Номер два, что можно перевести в дистанционное?
Ну да, какие вообще дисциплины, какие...
Ну, вы знаете, мне кажется, тут... как сказать, нельзя сказать, что какую-то категорию персонала, наверное, как-то частично, да, например, там, я знаю, что в авиационной безопасности применяется, они больше все стараются применять, да, это служба аэропорта, например, ну, ту же самую подготовку по выявлению, да, то есть там, в принципе, дистанционно, как такой тренажер, он хорошо работает, да, и можно это, и они в пандемию, так как знаю, что многие выводили на простой, да, в связи с уменьшением объемов, но тем не менее они проводили такую подготовку, что в принципе дистанционно позволяет. Сиди и тренируйся, да, выявляй на экране. Потом что можно? Также рассматривается вариант, но честно скажу, вот может быть кто-то, коллеги скажут, не готовы вот актуально ответить, знаю, что рассматривался вариант, например, также по наземной подготовке в аэропортах, организация обучения с помощью VR, да, то есть, соответственно, там риск какой, да, повреждение воздушного судна, которое весьма дорогостоящее. И, в принципе, если у пилотов есть тренажер, да, и у бортпроводников, например, по аварийно-спасательной системе тоже есть тренажер, то вот этот участок, он особо не закрыт, и такая система, как VR, могла бы помочь, например, да, с учетом еще категории персонала, да, там немножко уровень еще персонала другой, набирать их сложно, то можно было бы минимизировать риски при подготовке, да.
Ну, то есть для рабочих граунд-хендлинга, да?
Да, граунд-хендлинг.
Интересно.
Да, но при этом такое дорогостоящее. Что еще можно? Ну, частично убор проводников можно, да, какие-то там, наверное, больше, может быть, связаны с сервисом, да, тоже вещи можно переводить. Но это, кстати, интересная тема, в частности, да, относящаяся к нашей группе, человеческий фактор. Больше пришли к мнению, к экспертному, что, в принципе, дистанционно нельзя готовить по этой теме, потому что много всплывает таких моментов, которые необходима, да, дискуссия. Но мне кажется, тут еще такой есть критический момент размещения информации, да, и платформа, которая там единой нет, какие использовать, да, и вопрос еще конфиденциальности, да.
Информации какой?
Учебной в том числе,
учебной,
да, потому что в основном же очень часто в обучении стараются использовать реальные еще случаи, да, соответственно, вы тоже предоставляете, то есть если компания учит по своим каким-то кейсам, это тоже...
Ну да, это может быть чувствительно, понятно.
Да.
Это правда, да.
Вот. Ну, у техников, не знаю, как-то... Есть только ознакомление, да, из того, что я знаю.
Ну, у технических служб, как вы понимаете, там все сертифицируется.
Да.
И...
Там, по-моему, достаточно так уже прописано.
Ну, да. Я не знаю, я лично много занимаюсь ТАИРом. Мой опыт говорит о том, что там проблема... Одна из основных проблем заключается в том, что люди просто не хотят учиться. То есть вот это оборотная сторона сертификации. То есть у меня все допуски есть, идите, пожалуйста, там лесом. Я не хочу учить там английский язык лучше, я не хочу ничего лучше. У меня допуск есть, все, до свидания. Тем более, что там много ребят рабочих профессий, они просто по своему как бы психотипу они не хотят учиться.
Да.
Вот.
Ну, мне кажется, еще есть нюансы просто законодательства, в частности нашего, да, что у нас ведь обучение, ну вот если мы заговорили даже про технический персонал, да, там есть требования когда они учатся. Они учатся в свое свободное время, тогда, конечно, не хочу, да. Если они учатся в рабочее время, то это должно быть определенное количество часов, которые соблюдаются, да, это должно быть с отрывом, потому что там есть требования, которые периодически проверяются прокуратурой там, и прочее. Да? То есть тут еще есть такой нюанс. То есть вот все-таки дистанционное обучение, где должен работник учиться? Он должен дома сидеть или мы ему предоставляем класс? Это рабочее время, которое оплачивается по среднему, или это его личное время? То есть, наверное, еще вот этот нюанс.
Ну, вот это, кстати говоря, очень вопрос актуальный. Я призываю всех наших профессионалов и экспертов подумать. Дело в том, что дистанционное обучение, наверное, в половине случаев будет за свой счет. По технарям, ну вот я вам дам элементарный совершенно пример. Любая компания, тут, наверное, уже у двух, да, внедряет систему АМОС, да, софт для технического обслуживания. Все нормально ребята с допусками, которые не владеют этой системой, реально работать не могут. Либо они работают там в полсилы плохо. Внимание, вопрос. Значит, сколько часов там техническая служба может им выделить на обучение этой системе? Примерно в 10 раз меньше, чем надо. Потому что система эта внедряется годами, народ все равно ни черта в ней не понимает, умеет какой-то маленький участочек, который его научили делать, все, что за пределами этого участка, не понимают, людей, которые реально разобрались, единицы, и они на вес золота. Это вот классическая ситуация с большим софтом. Кстати говоря, любому другому софту точно такая же ситуация. Будь то там revenue management или что угодно. Людей, которые реально хорошо разбираются, очень мало. Научиться можно либо там сутками в ней сидеть, либо действительно почитать книжки, посмотреть курсы. Совершенно очевидно, мне кажется, система.
Ну, вопрос за счет какого времени, да, рабочего или личного?
Конечно. Я вам хочу рассказать, что вот я, допустим, там технарей всяких консультировал там по перестройкам систем. людям говоришь, иди учи английский язык, пошлем тебя учиться за границу, ну, в хорошие времена еще. Поедешь за границу, будет у тебя карьерный рост. Нет, не хочу. Мне нормально вот то, что у меня есть. Получает там 50 тысяч рублей там, или 70 тысяч рублей, работает вот от и до, и все, до свидания, ничего больше не хочу. И процент таких людей большой. А те ребята, которые как бы живые, ну ничего, они сами выучили. У них карьерный рост, они потом устраиваются в хорошие компании, русские или иностранные, становятся там звездочками, звездами и так далее. Вот. И все за свой счет и в свое время. Они никогда, вот эта категория людей никогда не просят, чтобы им за это еще чего-то платили. Поэтому, вот мне кажется, очень...
Человеческий фактор.
Человеческий фактор. Спасибо, Татьяна. Ну что, Дарья, ваше слово.
Ну да, раз о технарях речь зашла, то, наверное, да, мне слово. Я, наверное, немножко все-таки вступлюсь за наших технических сотрудников. Ну, понятно, что, да, не без эксцессов, не без отдельных индивидуумов, безусловно, но, тем не менее, когда люди понимают, что у них есть, ну, в первую очередь, наверное, когда они понимают, что есть какие-то бенефиты, да, от того, что они развиваются, учатся и так далее, то все-таки там проще договариваться в любом случае. А по поводу того, что не хотят учиться, ну, есть определенные, конечно, у них сложности с этим, но, опять же, здесь, наверное, вопрос все-таки где-то старой школы, где-то еще, знаете, у них есть такая, мы великие инженеры, и, в общем, чему нас там научат, не без этого, к сожалению. Но в целом с молодежью сильно проще в этом отношении. Но я бы сказала, что, может быть, здесь есть момент, что молодежь чувствует определенный недостаток как бы фундаментальных базовых знаний, да, и они, те, кто действительно нацелен делать карьеру, они действительно нацелены на то, чтобы эти знания добирать в процессе работы. И за свой счет, не за свой счет. Если компания в этом помогает, то это вообще замечательно. Они как бы с большой благодарностью, с большим энтузиазмом к этому относятся. Но здесь возникает еще немножко другая проблема, что ребят, которые хотят делать реально осознанную карьеру в авиации, особенно вот именно авиационно-техническую карьеру, их не очень много. И мы практически каждый год очень большой объем студентов там, 4-го курса и старшекурсников берем на практику из Егорьевского колледжа, из МГТУ, там, из Самары. И, в общем, вот ребята именно из колледжей, там, условно, на практику пришло 60 человек, там, офферы мы сделали условно 40, да, на работу пришли 5. Ну, как бы все равно мы же с ними во время практики, практика длительная, мы с ними общаемся постоянно. И очень небольшой процент ребят, кто действительно осознанно выбрал эту профессию. В основном это история про то, что мама сказала пойти туда учиться, друг пошел, я пошел, а у нас все идут туда. Ну, в общем, вот в таком духе. И начинается, вот мы сейчас пойдем в армию, из армии мы пойдем в Росгвардию, там, в шарашку в какую-нибудь, в шиномонтаж, еще куда-то. Ну, то есть процент людей, которые действительно выбрали эту профессию, хотят в ней развиваться, хотят двигаться и нацелены на это, он, к сожалению, не очень большой. Вот это проблема. Она, наверное, большая у нас у всех, потому что, ну, как бы выбор уменьшается, да, вот это вот на входе, вот эта вот воронка, она сильно снижается, сильно сужается, и, безусловно, нам потом очень тяжко приходится.
Но это по рабочим специальностям, а по...
Конечно, это инженерно-технический персонал, безусловно.
Ну, это скорее технический, если колледж, это же... ребята из института чего говорят?
Слушайте, ну вы же знаете прекрасно, да, что, к сожалению, наша история с именно нюансами авиационно-технического образования, она приводит к тому, что ребята из институтов и из колледжей на входе в компанию уравнены в правах.
Да, это я понимаю.
Они механики, да, они пришли, и все, что мы можем им позволить делать, условно кидать колодки. Все, и это там история на 3 года. И хоть он отучился в МГТУ, хоть он отучился в Троицке, в Кирсанове или где-то еще, к сожалению. Вот, это другая проблема, которую нам, наверное, все-таки надо решать и решать ее сообща, потому что это действительно там, сильно осложняет нам и развитие, и жизнь, учитывая, что, опять же, на входе, повторюсь, у нас людей с каждым годом становится все меньше и меньше. Вот.
Ну, честно говоря, ощущение, что им больше это взяться просто неоткуда, то есть...
Ну, понимаете, мы как-то, может быть, пару лет назад мы собирали данные там для одной конференции, собирали данные по количеству студентов, которые учатся по нашим профильным специальностям в вузах России и, соответственно, в профильных колледжах. И это объем, конечно, учитывая потребность рынка, этот объем совершенно незначительный. О том, о чем мы можем говорить, и понятно, что половина из этих ребят никуда не пойдет, там еще какая-то часть, скорее всего, уйдет в армию, останется по контракту там служить, если удачно попадут, да, но авиационно-технические специалисты, они, в общем, их стараются там как-то в армии распределять более-менее на аэродромы и по авиационным частям. Вот, и у нас приходят ребята сейчас, очень многие, действительно, которые остались там еще на год, на два по контракту. То есть это нас еще больше как бы все это сужает. Ну, проблема серьезная в данном вопросе. Ну и плюс ребята, конечно, приходят, уровень образования, к сожалению, тоже оставляет желать лучшего. И это тоже очень зависит от нацеленности, осознанности самого студента. То есть взять информацию есть откуда, взять знания есть откуда. Другое дело, что, видимо, их сейчас как бы не дают так, что их невозможно не взять, а дают так, что все зависит от человека. Вот если он нацелен, он их возьмет. Если он не нацелен, они там где-то на поверхности так останутся, чтобы, знаете, в зачетке себе галочки поставить и все. И вот эти ребята приходят к нам, мы, конечно, проводим довольно серьезные собеседования, и у нас очень много отсеивается ребят с хорошими оценками, но фундаментальные знания отсутствуют. Ну, то есть элементарно человек, как может прийти техник, да, не зная, собственно говоря, почему взлетает самолет. Это физика, просто физика. Он может рассказать устройство двигателя, он может рассказать там устройство систем самолета. Но вот основы аэродинамики, там, физику или что-то еще, он начинает плавать, и, ну, это же то, на чем основывается вообще все. И это вот такие вещи, которые, к сожалению, в последнее время мы на самом деле очень отмечаем, и наши инженеры старой закалки и старого образования правильного, да, они, конечно, по этому поводу очень печалятся.
Понятно. Дарья, а вы сертифицируете у себя? У вас этот самый пар 147 есть?
Есть, да.
Есть, да? То есть вам никуда их посылать не надо?
Нет, не надо. Мы все сами. Доучиваем мы сами, да.
Понятно. Я все думаю вот насчет как бы дистанционного. Ведь смотрите, раньше все, у кого не было собственных, ну, у кого не было пар 147, должны были куда-то посылать людей, да? Кто-то даже за границу посылал, кто-то здесь посылал. С пандемией все эти перемещения стали крайне затруднены. И чего делать-то вообще?
Ну, смотрите, значит, какую-то часть курсов, ну, в основном, конечно, пар 145 мы там перевели на дистанс, да, и тоже были определенные сложности, с качеством прорабатывали эти вопросы, но там это возможно. А тайп-тренинги, к сожалению, нет.
Естественно.
Да, ИАС это все не разрешает делать, но, насколько я понимаю, вот сейчас они, видимо, уже тоже начали прорабатывать эти возможности, потому что, ну, хотя бы там теорию давать.
Такие слухи все-таки ходят, да? Потому что
да, потому что practical элемент, безусловно, понятно, нужен самолет. Вот, но с теорией, наверное, я думаю, что, знаете, продолжительность карантина такая вот, не очень прогнозируемая в начале всей этой пандемии, она все-таки заставляет всех немножко уже об этом задумываться.
Ну, особенно по Европе, потому что там конца не видно-то этого дела.
Ну, да. Здесь же еще какой момент? Дистанционное обучение возможно в разных форматах. Это может быть как бы синхронизированное какое-то, да, обучение, когда это действительно в прямом эфире, это условно там формат вебинара, да, или какого-то вот онлайн-курса, который реально онлайн. А может быть просто записанный курс, который человек в свободное время, да, может
потом тесты
пройти, тесты сдать и так далее. Вот, поэтому здесь, конечно, я думаю, что ну, как бы один из принципиальных моментов – это чтобы люди реально присутствовали на курсе, чтобы преподаватель мог это отследить, чтобы у преподавателя был контакт. Это большая работа, потому что это должны быть, во-первых, подготовлены совершенно другое качество материала, да, они должны быть другими. Да. Должна быть подготовка преподавателя, потому что ну, преподаватель должен научиться общаться с аудиторией, которая где-то там, и у него просто лица на компьютере.
В лучшем
вместо
случае.
того, что да, у него там 20 человек сидели в классе. Ну, то есть понятно, что из зоны комфорта выходить придется всем, плюс еще вот вопросы контроля, исключить читерство на экзаменах, там, или либо экзамены все-таки не принимать онлайн, а принимать офлайн, как они принимают их сейчас, либо как-то по-другому подойти вообще к этим тестам и к тому, как контролировать людей во время сдачи теста. Ну, то есть вопросов много, проработать есть много чего, но я думаю, что все возможно. Наверное, все-таки все возможно. Практика показывает, что есть удачные примеры проведения действительно курсов там, по компонентам, например, по ПАРС-21, я знаю, проводят курсы довольно эффективные и успешные. Поэтому и тайп-тренинг, наверное, тоже возможно. Было бы желание.
Скажите, пожалуйста, а вы в своей вот практике вот этого тяжелого года проводили какие-нибудь обучения, не связанные вот с обязательным образованием, то есть тайп-рейтингами, сертификациями, поддержанием? Что-нибудь такое, что вот было бы, ну, как бы за пределами того, что обязательно?
Ну, наверное, нет, все-таки.
Вот так,
ну,
да?
как бы АУЦ у нас и не нацелен на то, чтобы проводить что-то
За пределами.
за пределами, да, это в основном там КПКшные курсы, initial тренинги, continuation.
А вот если бы вам такую задачу поставили, вот какой бы курс вам бы лично хотелось бы внедрить?
Я правильно понимаю, что это не касается курсов обязательных для
Нет, вот как раз чего-нибудь
вообще,
такого.
Да? Чего-нибудь такого.
Да, именно не обязательно.
Ну, наверное, что-то я как-то даже сейчас не соображу сходу. Ну, конечно, для меня на самом деле сейчас вопрос эффективных коммуникаций стоит очень остро в компании, особенно когда это касается, ну, часть персонала все равно на удаленке находится, да, и, видимо, вот такие вещи внедрять. Ну, я, правда, честно, не очень представляю, как это онлайн можно сделать. У нас был опыт проведения подобных курсов, ну, тренингов, скажем так, для руководителей.
Как это вопрос другой? Вот
Да.
Вопрос о том, то есть коммуникации, да?
Коммуникации,
в условиях
да,
разрыва коллектива на дистанционку.
Да, это очень актуально, потому что это заметно, что люди от этого очень страдают.
Страдают все-таки, да?
Ну, тут, знаете, вообще вопрос эффективных коммуникаций, это, наверное, актуально всегда и для всех, потому что производство – это такое поле боя. На поле боя с коммуникациями иногда бывает сложно. Они предельно простые, да. Вот. И бывает так, что когда стоит задача там выдать самолет сложный, и очень много задействовано, конечно, подразделений.
Дарья, дорогая, эта задача стоит с утра до ночи на всех производствах.
Да. С производственными начальниками бывает сложно. А проблема, ну, говорили уже сегодня, кстати, про поколение. Поколение – это тоже дополнительный вызов, потому что руководители у нас, они все из иксов. В общем, достаточно самостоятельные, не привыкшие носиться с персоналом. Эмоциональный интеллект тоже свою роль играет. Вот. А здесь инженеры, логики, у них с эмоциональным интеллектом сложно. А сейчас все больше и больше молодых ребят и молодых сотрудников, других подразделений в том числе, с которыми нужно коммуницировать правильно, конструктивно. И там есть моменты. И их становится все больше. Еще даже пару лет назад мы этого не сильно замечали, сейчас уже в полный рост.
Ну, это очень интересно. Но вообще я должен вам сказать, что во всех инженерных организациях это проблема. Я сам по происхождению авиаконструктор, 10 лет в КБ работал, и передача знаний очень сложный процесс. Ну, в организациях с большой историей это вообще ключевая вещь. Создание вот этих инженерных школ. Они в нормальные мирные времена, там даже если формально не существует института наставничества, он существует де-факто. Старики передают там любознательной молодежи, она как-то в процессе работы эти знания переваривает, и из этого хорошо получается. Вы упоминали, что у вас там плохо народ знает аэродинамику. Я вышел из Московского авиационного института, как я сейчас понимаю, с твердой 2 по аэродинамике. То есть я даже примерно не понимал, о чем эта наука. И за 5 лет на работе в отделе проектов КБ Микояна у меня был ментор как раз с аэродинамическим прошлым. Ну, и я перевел 2 огромные монографии по аэродинамике, и через 5 лет довольно хорошо ее уже понимал. Вот за 5 лет на работе я по-настоящему хорошо стал ее понимать. А из института вышел, ну, вот просто честный 0. Ну, вот вообще. По другим дисциплинам у меня хорошие были оценки, а это был полный провал. Вот, поэтому...
Да, что делать? Наставников никто не отменял.
Да, у меня был замечательный наставник, бывший начальник отдела аэродинамики у нас в КБ. Вот, то есть, ну, повезло просто. Вот такая штука. Ну что ж, Тарри, спасибо вам огромное.
Да,
давайте Ольгу послушаем. Как там у нас Волга-Днепр-то дела обстоят? Лучше всех на сегодняшний день, понятно.
Ну, я не буду говорить, что у кого-то хуже. Я надеюсь, что все справляются. Коллеги затронули уже сразу несколько тем. Сейчас я внимательно слушала, попробую добавить что-то, не повторяясь. Вот если начинать с крайней темы, а чему еще учить, кроме курсов обязательного обучения? Как-то у нас традиционно, да, у нас в России, в авиации, не знаю, во многих отраслях узкоспециализированные знания затачивают в университете, и то, как видится, не всегда затачивают до того уровня, до какого нужно, а вот надпрофессиональные, то, о чем сейчас так много говорят, не специализированные знания или метанавыки, soft skills, как их сейчас ни назови, но вот это та зона, нехватка которой во всех отраслях чувствуется. И технарям она тоже нужна, и пилотам она нужна, особенно когда они поднимаются чуть выше до каких-то планок управления. Вот эта нехватка, она просто кричит. Что это? Это характеристики, касающиеся мышления, гибкость, адаптивность, открытость. Это когнитивные навыки. Техническая грамотность, про нее тоже уже говорили, стратегическое видение, умение принимать решения, видеть решения, а не проблемы. То есть вот эти вещи. Плюс коммуникативные. Это влияние, это командная работа, это правильные коммуникации. В том числе сейчас коммуникации в распределенных, разорванных командах, когда это приходится делать удаленно. То есть это ответ на вопрос, а что еще мы, например, в этом году, на что активно делаем акцент, помимо обязательных курсов обучения в нашем корпоративном университете, как с участием внешних тренеров, так и внутренних. Управление в ситуации неопределенности, вообще действия в ситуации неопределенности. Вот такие soft skills. Это ответ на первый вопрос. Второе, о котором говорили, про дистанционное обучение. Производство, компания, управленцы вообще в нем очень заинтересованы, очень упрощает процесс, очень его удешевляет, дает возможность гибко планировать персоналу. А вот я со стороны учебного центра, там, с каким-то еще опытом преподавательским, да и многие другие преподаватели, они всегда находят в нем какие-то ограничения. Говорят, да, ребята, это, конечно, все классно, мы столько дыр сейчас зашьем за счет этого. А вот когда начинаешь глубже копать в части содержания обучения и того, чего мы в итоге-то добьемся, ну вот компетентностный подход, про который говорит ИКАО. Компетенция – это что? Это знания, навыки плюс отношения. Отношения, мотиваторы, стимулы, которые приведут к правильному поведению. Поведение, которое требуется в этой конкретной должности. Они там это расписывают, например, на примере пилота, но приложите это к любой специальности, включая специальность руководителя, а не обязательно авиационную специальность, оно работает абсолютно одинаково. И если в учебном классе, даже в очном, мы еще с вами можем развивать знания, ну где-то затрагивать навыки, то вот уже формирование отношения чаще всего остается за бортом. Я уж не говорю про дистанционные курсы, даже и про очные. Когда вот эта идея в голове начала работать, мы стали понимать, что преподаватели сами зачастую над этим не задумываются. И когда задайте вопрос любому преподавателю перед занятием, в чем твоя цель? Ты с какой целью сегодня в класс идешь? Он скажет, передать знания. Вот первое, что скажет. Но в лучшем случае, если там есть практические навыки, появится что-то из этого. Однажды на одной конференции мне понравилось высказывание Евроконтроля. Они рассказывали, как они учат там своих диспетчеров. И показали такое вот сравнение. У нас вообще в авиационной отрасли КПК – это же такая регулярная штука, что-то раз в год, что-то раз в 3 года. Он говорит, а что у вас, человек через 3 года некомпетентен? Он к вам приходит, чтобы компетенцию? Нет. Иначе бы он был опасен уже сразу, выйдя с первого курса. Он компетентен, он допущен к работе, он выполняет ее. Да, с какими-то огрехами это возможно. Мы можем говорить, что что-то требует улучшения, но говорить, что он пришел к вам на КПК, чтобы компетенцию свою получить, очевидно, нет. А зачем же тогда он туда приходит? Евроконтроль отвечает, цель КПК она в том, чтобы развивать критическое мышление, командную работу, понимание зон ответственности и распределение этой ответственности, управление рабочей нагрузкой, стрессом. То есть опять же появляются все вот эти софтовые вещи, критика, аналитика, работа в команде, оценка рисков, выявление неправильных моделей поведения. А это все можно выявить только в прямой коммуникации, ну, либо опосредованной через видеоконференц-связь. Это опять отсылка к ответу на электронное обучение, дистанционное обучение, насколько там можно эти вопросы закрывать. И это также вот вещь, которая заставляет задуматься. У нас ведь многие программы обязательного обучения, требования ФАПов, они прописаны, и в программы они, по сути, должны отвечать этим требованиям. Но ведь они говорят о том, что, но не говорят о том, как. И это остается на откуп учебных центров, методистов, руководителей, которые видят это либо прямым лекционным способом, и мы часто знаем, что иногда вот сходишь, поучишься, думаешь, ну что, я опять в 25-й раз слушал про авиационную безопасность то, что я и так хорошо уже знаю. А в чем тогда была ценность? Либо ФАП бестолковый, зачем он заставляет меня каждые 3 года это слушать, либо это надо делать как-то иначе, ФАП же он не пишет как. И значит, вот вопросы методики и того, как это обучение организовывать, они остаются, там очень большое поле для творчества внутри учебных центров. Но это вот, наверное, кратко, те мысли, которые пришли сейчас в голову.
Ну, прекрасные мысли. Спасибо, Оля. Так, ну, значит, у нас есть еще Ольга Карташова. Ребят, кому-то надо отключиться. Этими самыми. Не всем, пожалуйста. Кто первый? Кто первый успеет? Все, готово. Так, включайте нам, пожалуйста, Ольгу. Ольга, здрасте.
Да, добрый день, коллеги. А я, поскольку в этой дискуссии буду завершающим спикером, да, я, наверное, некий там итог подведу и немного расскажу про наш опыт. Вот я сейчас послушала Ольгу. С Дарьей мы очень плотно работаем, поскольку мы вообще в одной группе компании, поэтому с ее мыслями я знакома и солидарна. Мы с ней неоднократно, чуть ли не каждую неделю обсуждаем все наши проблемы с техниками, с пилотами. Вы знаете, тут вот несколько раз прозвучало название такое КПК, от которого мы периодически пытаемся уходить, потому что, ну что такое курс повышения квалификации? Это все-таки такое несколько, на мой взгляд, устаревшая тема, да, потому что с точки зрения того же самого авиационного персонала мы стараемся не говорить им, что они повышают свою квалификацию, они ее должны повышать в постоянном каком-то потоке времени, да, то есть это все-таки для технических и авиационных специалистов, это все-таки название, которое у нас в компании принято, вернее, это подготовка, которую в нашей компании принято называть периодической или постоянной подготовкой, потому что вот с точки зрения того же самого дистанционного обучения у нас пилоты, бортпроводники практически непрерывно находятся в каком-то состоянии обучения. То есть у них только закончилась осенне-зимняя навигация, тут же начинается весенне-летняя. Какие-нибудь там сдвиги ветра, какие-то новые понятия. То есть и бортпроводники, и пилоты, они в состоянии постоянного какого-то обучения, какой-то подготовки. Но вот даже если вспомнить лет еще, мне кажется, 8-10 назад, у нас пилоты учились по 2 недели, ходили вот на эти курсы повышения квалификации, каждый год, из года в год проходили вот эти вот непонятные, я прошу прощения, курсы, приходили, спрашивали, зачем мне это надо, и ходили туда исключительно. Почему? Потому что им платили по среднему. 2 недели можно было практически, ничего не делая, получать какую-то определенную сумму денег. Вот когда мы их перевели в дистанционное, в онлайн-обучение, да, конечно, там была некая волна негодования, потому что же они же должны были сами где-то в отрыве от производства, либо не в отрыве от производства, но уже вот эти 2 недели у них закончились. Они же их расценивали как там тот же самый отдых от семьи, особенно если это иногородние пилоты, мы их сюда заводили на 2 недели, они у нас тут в учебном центре замечательно жили, прям вот практически санаторно-курортное лечение. Вот. А сейчас все уже настолько привыкли, и когда мы начинаем говорить о том, что нужно куда-то на неделю или на 2 поехать, это теперь уже вызывает какое-то негодование и негатив, потому что все привыкли к какому-то такому дистанционному формату обучения. Но понимая тот факт, что, конечно, у нас пилоты молодеют, состав у нас становится более молодым, мы понимаем, что все форматы должны тоже меняться. Ну, то есть вот как уже говорили, это уже не поколение X, это вот уже, там, я не знаю, даже не миллениалы уже, да, которым надо картинки, интерактив. Вот мы недавно тут обсуждали с коллегами, что сейчас очень сложно научить чему-то молодых людей вот именно в текстовом формате. У них очень слабо развита почему-то оперативная память, они плохо воспринимают текстовые какие-то вещи. И вот мы сейчас с коллегами, Дарья тоже вот в этом проекте находится, развиваем HR-систему, у нас там будет планируется большая электронная библиотека курсов для, то есть там будут узкоспецифические какие-то курсы, которые могут там техники, пилоты, бортпроводники изучать, да, будут общие какие-то курсы. Вот мы, например, думаем о том, что какие-то общие виды обучения, которые сейчас у нас там, электробезопасность, охрана труда, их вообще нужно переводить в какой-то такой интерактивно, как это называется, не аниме, но мультяшный формат, чтобы это было интересно, потому что всем уже надоело из года в год слушать о том, что плохо и опасно совать пальцы в розетку, да, этого делать не нужно, но слушать это каждый год все-таки нужно, и нужно это каким-то образом приводить в какую-то красивую форму, интерактивную. Вот, вы знаете, еще один момент хотела обозначить, это вот к вопросу, о самом первом вопросе, прошу прощения за тавтологию, по поводу того, что же делать с теми, кто в пандемию-то выпустился. А у меня очень позитивный взгляд на эти вещи. Я думаю, что пройдет еще где-то год-полтора, как позитивное с точки зрения пилотов и негативное с точки зрения авиакомпаний. Пройдет еще год-полтора, и мы опять столкнемся с огромной нехваткой пилотов. И все те, кто в пандемию оказался, к сожалению, нетрудоустроен, все найдут, я думаю, свою работу и свое место. Единственное, что, конечно, конкурс, может быть, будет больше, но это, знаете, такой некий бонус для авиакомпаний, потому что будущие пилоты будут больше готовиться, да, к собеседованиям, будут иметь необходимость быть более профессиональными, более прокачанными, да, и не будут в какой-то степени проседать в своих знаниях. Вот.
Замечательно. Так, поступило из студии предложение отключить у меня видео. Да, чтобы вы все были... Это очень правильно. Давайте мы так сделаем. Я сейчас напишу им, что окей. Смотрите, у нас тут полно всяких комментариев. От кого-то из иностранцев комментарий. Полностью согласен с Дарьей. Ясные и чистые каналы коммуникации между поколениями и культурами является абсолютно обязательным. Все глобальные авиакомпании инвестируют в эту область. А вот интересный вопрос ко всем, кстати говоря. Да, и верните нам Татьяну, пожалуйста, если можно. Замечательно. Вопрос. Мне очень интересно узнать, российские авиакомпании инвестируют в душевное здоровье своих сотрудников. Это выглядит сегодня как некая глобальная такая задача и тренд, который вот развивается на фоне пандемии. Это вопрос. У кого-нибудь есть вообще?
Да, можно я?
Можно.
Потому что, конечно, это непосредственно
да,
с человеческим фактором связано, но тема болезненная, да, потому что, ну, во-первых, соглашусь с коллегами абсолютно, да, и вот как раз то, что вне, наверное, авиационной отрасли называется soft skills, то в данном случае, да, у нас это, конечно, очень сильно привязано нашей отрасли именно к человеческому фактору, и чем дальше мы идем, тем больше, да, анализ и расследований инцидентов возникающих, да, показывает, что, конечно, ну, есть у нас такой гэп, да, разрыв именно в этом моменте, хотя, конечно, не только в нашей стране, да, и периодически я участвую в различных обсуждениях, как повышать, да, вот именно и стрессоустойчивость, и что придумать для пилотов, да, такое, чтобы они не попадали в туннельный эффект, чтобы они там не выпадали. И в рамках системы управления безопасности полетов, да, как систему так улучшить, да, вот в плане душевного здоровья, да, именно вот всей системы. Но, вы знаете, этот путь на самом деле дается непросто. Вот это я скажу как руководитель, да, рабочей группы, так как мы с 2018 года разработали программу по человеческому фактору для всех категорий персонала, включая руководителей. И вот ее продвижение, согласование, да, то есть прежде чем ее как-то утвердить, как обязательно, да, она проходит, вот все это время проходит согласование и в авиакомпаниях, там, и в различных, и в вузах во всех, да, и вызывает очень такое серьезное сопротивление. Ну, в принципе, с точки зрения психологии это понятно, и это нормально, потому что это требует изменений, да, и то, что вот мои коллеги сейчас тоже говорили про дистанционно, да, я вначале сказала, что человеческому фактору, например, да, из нашей экспертной оценки, ну, не то чтобы невозможно, но весьма сложно учить вот то, что говорили, да, про отношения, про attitude, да, и когда действительно сложно его передать даже при очном взаимодействии, потому что очень сильно зависит от преподавателя, как он ведет, да, занятия эти, насколько он этим владеет, то дистанционно тем более мы получаем, да, вот такой вот разрыв. Поэтому тема достаточно серьезная, она все больше показывает, да, важность. И я бы еще, знаете, затронула бы так, может быть, на следующую дискуссию, помимо там поколений, разницы поколения, да, все-таки все больше идет такое, ну, как мы видим, все больше желательно, и мы стараемся там, где мы присутствуем, да, двигаться в объединение авиационного персонала разных участков. То есть помимо того, что на каждом отдельном участке там есть свои, да, непонимания, то между там диспетчеры УВД, пилоты, бортпроводники, да, техники, ground handling, все, которые встречаются еще потом возле самолета, да, там на старте там, или по прилету и во время, то есть вот эти вот моменты, опять же, про душевную составляющую, про человеческий фактор, да, очень хорошо, когда их объединяешь, и они на занятиях, ну, на самом деле имеют возможность послушать друг друга, увидеть проблемы друг друга, да, и в последующем дает очень хороший результат. Я все, коллега.
Татьяна, ну, по второй части вашего я абсолютно согласен. Вообще вот эти вот интерсервисные взаимодействия внутрикорпоративные, они очень важны. Потому что действительно есть и внутренние объективные противоречия, есть надуманные противоречия внутри компании, внутри вот специальностей. Это важная задача.
Я бы сказала, даже не только внутри компании, а даже когда вы объединяете аэропорты, компанию. Да?
Согласен.
Да.
А вот по первому я бы вопросу подискутировал. Мы с вами прекрасно помним насколько эффективно были мотивационные встречи всяких российских проповедников, там типа Кашпировского и других. Чисто дистанционная вещь, великолепно дурили полстраны, и я не знаю, если 20-25% зрителей, похоже, вполне всерьез к этому относились. В странах протестантского мира проповедники телевизионные – это просто замечательная, богатая традиция этих проповедников. До черта они каждое воскресенье собирают стадионы, и трансляция идет там на сотни миллионов людей. Отлично они дурят народ тоже без всякого прямого контакта. То есть и в прямом контакте, и в дистанционном. Поэтому мне кажется, что многие вещи, вот связанные как раз с soft skills, с математикой, с мотивацией, со всякими вот такими, что ли, над профессиональными вещами, очень-очень... Вы правильно говорите, просто нужны правильные люди, которые действительно с горящими глазами там убедительно бы все это рассказывали.
Ну, тут есть, я можно тоже как профессионал в этой области, да, и имея образование соответствующее, отвечу. Вопрос, что мы с вами хотим, да, то есть я не спорю, конечно, но это
создать
не
секту авиаторов, секту авиаторов. Ну, кстати говоря, слушайте, вы же это видели. Да? Вспомните Трансаэро. Все, кто работал в Трансаэро, были особенные. Правда?
Многие у нас работают.
Совершенно справедливо. Это вот несчастные, которые вот лишились... Дело в том, что я помню, как авиакомпания создавалась, и там, условно говоря, там в 94-95 году, когда она по-настоящему заработала, у них абсолютно был корпоративный дух просто на невероятной высоте. Вот это просто словами не описать. Они жили точно так же, как все, то есть не очень хорошо, но счастливы были абсолютно. Кстати говоря, еще одно замечание, уж коль мы коснулись этого. Ведь смотрите, какая интересная штука. Когда были жирные хорошие годы, и наши летчики хорошо зарабатывали, вспомните, как много было этой молодежи абсолютно несчастливой. И их бесконечные бучи о том, что их все обижают, что им недоплачивают, что их недолюбливают, что вот у них все нехорошо. Я много общался с ними, говорю, вы что, совсем что ли с дуба рухнули? Вы там по 20 тысяч долларов получаете, живете там среди красивых женщин, весь мир у вас, так сказать, в руках. И вы все время ходите и ноете, что у вас все плохо. Вот интересно, какое у них действительно сейчас должно быть психологическое состояние. Я не исключаю того, что может быть и лучше. Потому что сейчас надо воевать. Сейчас надо воевать, выживать, доказывать снова, что ты самый лучший. Это интересная, кстати говоря, штука. Я бы вот с удовольствием бы какие-нибудь исследования на эту тему посмотрел. Вот сейчас пилотам хуже, чем было там, условно говоря, в 2003-2005 году или лучше? Вот как их моральное состояние, как их дух?
Все познается в сравнении.
Ну вот именно в сравнении. Я помню, как они ходили и ныли просто. Причем все. Так, у нас еще интересный есть вопрос. Подскажите, пожалуйста, как офисному работнику, имеющему знания, профессиональные навыки и желание развиваться дальше, расти в регионах? Это не касается Москвы и Санкт-Петербурга, в котором в основном все и концентрируется. Как жить ребятам в офисных в региональных подразделениях? Как им учиться? Как им развиваться? Есть идеи? Ну, у нас есть Москва-Ульяновск как минимум, да? По-моему, позитивный опыт. Ну и у больших авиакомпаний пассажирских наверняка тоже есть какие-то соображения на эту тему. Персонал за пределами Москвы тоже имеет право, так сказать, на жизнь.
Ну, у нас персонал вполне, базы в Минеральных водах, в Новосибирске, ну, инженерно-технически, понятно, учатся точно так же постоянно. Ну и офисных сотрудников, в общем, тоже никто не отменял, и логистику, и финансистов. Ну, учим по-разному. Что-то на местах, что-то приглашаем в Москву, что-то также на дистанции. нет проблем с этим. Я, если честно, вообще вопрос не очень поняла, что значит развиваться на местах. Ну, учитывая, в какой такой провинции человек находится, что там невозможно развиваться.
Ну, в городе Иркутск, например.
Город Иркутск, прекрасный город. Я сама оттуда, да.
Я поэтому и спрашиваю.
С очень приличным количеством вузов и всего остального, поэтому у меня и вопрос. В чем затык-то у человека? Где он развиться-то не может?
Понятно.
Ну, я, можно, Дарья, добавлю? Так у нас, например, в авиакомпании масса филиалов и представительств, в которых можно развиваться, и мы также всех наших специалистов по работе с клиентами, всех работников филиалов и представительств постоянно готовим, обучаем, и даже в период пандемии, вот в самые такие серьезные моменты, когда все сидели дома, у нас в мае началась как раз программа по дистанционной подготовке специалистов. Поэтому у нас вот это развитие, оно никогда не прекращается. Нас даже пандемия не остановила развивать наших сотрудников. Вот, может быть, мы там поменяли формат. Но если человек, вот на мой взгляд, если человек хочет развиваться, хочет учиться, он всегда найдет способы, куда развиться, как развиться, где учиться, чему учиться, дистанционный ли это формат, очный, заочный, какой угодно. Потому что если человек не мотивирован вообще в принципе развиваться, он и онлайн. Ты, если даже его один на один посадишь с преподавателем, он мало что из этого опыта извлечет. А вот если человек готов и хочет и мотивирован развиваться, любой дистанционный курс его может подготовить и быть ему полезным.
Прекрасный ответ.
Здесь, коллеги, скорее вопрос был в том, что организация этого сотрудника не развивает, следовательно, совет ему. Интернет сейчас богат возможными онлайн-вариантами. Выберите сферу, в которой вы хотите развиваться, и дорога открыта всегда из любой точки. Регион здесь не важен.
Я вопрос понимаю как несущественный. Нет,
я к тому, да, что сейчас же везде есть огромное количество довольно профессиональных тренеров, если мы говорим о soft skills каких-то, да, там тот же тайм-менеджмент, делегирование, управление чем-то. Ну, нет с этим проблем. Не обязательно ехать в Москву, чтобы, не знаю, учиться в бизнес-релейшнс. Бизнес-релейшнс приедет к вам без проблем. Тут вопрос только в том, как это устроено действительно у работодателя. И, может быть, работодатель бывает так, что на самом деле работодатель не всегда в состоянии уследить за тем, что офисным сотрудникам тоже чего-то надо. И именно это у нас есть такие перегибы, связанные с тем, что мы находимся вот в этом постоянном потоке обязательных обучений, да, для очень большого количества персонала, для большей части персонала. И, конечно, там бывает, что офисные сотрудники у нас иногда оказываются, ну, не совсем вне поля зрения, ну, так, немножко мы их отодвигаем чуть-чуть. Ну, так проявляйте инициативу, когда у нас люди приходят и говорят, давно мы чему-то не учились, вот у нас есть потребность вот в этом, давайте попробуем. Без проблем, все найдем, организуем. Так что, может быть, и у человека тоже с этим же проблема. Надо прийти попросить.
Либо, может быть, еще два момента, да, вот первый, который, Дарья, вы затронули, что, конечно, в основном, в первую очередь, внимание оказывается производственному персоналу, да,
да.
Во вторую
там объем
очередь,
другой
может
просто,
быть,
конечно.
есть некая иллюзия, что офисный персонал в Москве учится больше. Может быть, это просто иллюзия, что в Москве там не обязательно, да, люди, может быть, и сами больше организовывают свое обучение, нежели там им устраивает компания.
Да,
есть такое. Интересно. Слушайте, еще один комментарий, который просто... я его не сильно разделяю, но я человек книжный, я люблю бумажные книги, но один из наших слушателей пишет, что геймификация может быть трендом. Это вот Ольге как раз насчет того, что новое поколение плохо буквы воспринимает. Действительно, вот сейчас немножко этот хайп вокруг геймификации утих, но в принципе какие-то элементы, конечно, можно использовать. Но интересно, я не знаю, среди моих знакомых молодых людей очень много людей, которые читают книжки. Ну, может быть, не так много, как в процентном отношении, когда было 100%, когда не было гаджетов. Вот. Но я бы, честно говоря, книгу бы пока не убирал бы из учебных инструментов. Но действительно новые механизмы могут иметь смысл какой-то.
Ну, опять же, смотря где это, вы очень осторожно с этим надо.
Да,
да,
я совершенно согласен. У нас все-таки опасное производство, как бы мы там ни говорили, да, в любом случае оно действительно опасное производство, и хорошо, чтобы люди по-настоящему понимали, что они делают. Ну что ж, наше время вроде как истекло. Удивительно приятная беседа. Вам огромное спасибо. Вот, мы со своей стороны будем пытаться всю эту информацию действительно как-то анализировать и разрабатывать какие-то подходящие действительно курсы и привлекать людей. Все, кто хочет участвовать в Академии, добро пожаловать. Если у вас какие-то есть курсы, давайте их выставлять. Но, конечно же, цель сегодняшней конференции была в том, чтобы попытаться понять, в каких областях, в каких сегментах действительно дистанционное образование уместно, где наиболее важные, что ли, аспекты этого. Мы обязательно подберем самых лучших в мире преподавателей. Я действительно мечтаю, чтобы этих преподавателей было от 3 до 10 тысяч прямо в ближайшие годы практически из всех регионов мира, всех стран. Вот. То, что у нас рабочий язык английский, делает это возможным, а то, что действительно есть интернет, делает возможным этих всех людей привлечь и эксплуатировать их в наших корыстных целях. Вот давайте попробуем все вместе этим заняться.
Да, Борис, можно да, немножко прям вкратце? Да. На той неделе принимала участие в одном из коротких вебинаров ИКАО. Вот хотела просто как вариант, да, раз вы сейчас затронули, сказать, кстати, очень понравился мне формат, буквально был час, и просто 2 презентации с информацией как раз по, там и фатиг был, да, и human factor какие-то, да, и пандемия, конечно. Очень интересный тоже один из форматов, да, когда вот буквально такой вброс, о чем, в принципе, люди могут задуматься, да, и дальше там строить, может быть, после этого какое-то обсуждение. Ну, это...
Нет, спасибо, это очень важно. На самом деле у нас в концепции, у нас 3 формата. У нас один формат называется мастер-класс. На самом деле это вот такая, короче, 20-минутная презентация, все бесплатно, какая-то тема, просто действительно обозначение темы и докладчика. Кстати говоря, вот если вы сходите, у нас есть, на мой взгляд, очень интересный мастер-класс по soft skills. Сходите, посмотрите. Может быть интересно. Он в открытом доступе. А второй уже более-менее такой образовательный, большой курс там на 3-4 месяца, уже просто действительно профессиональный. На самом деле вот это обозначение тем, короткая заявка на тему, особенно если она лежит вот в каких-то пограничных областях, это на самом деле это самое ценное и есть. Потому что, ну, действительно, абсолютно бессмысленно при наличии существующих формальных средств, там, тайп-рейтинга или, я не знаю, там, пилотских квалификаций, ну, туда лезть бессмысленно. Но все пограничные вещи, они, как правило, куда-то там просачиваются, их просто и нет. Вот, поэтому, да, и мы внимательно сейчас мониторим все, что делаем. Кстати говоря, один из наших замечательных бывших представителей ВКО, знаете, какую тему предложил? Он еще не написал этот курс. Английский международных переговоров. Вообще нигде нет. А вещь весьма специфическая и до определенной степени формализованная. Вот этот вот птичий язык аэрополитиков, он, вообще говоря, вполне такая самостоятельная себе вещь. У них там своя терминология. Их очень мало, этих людей, но в большинстве международных авиакомпаний люди, которые владеют этим языком, должны быть. Он 20 лет проработал в ИКАО, и участвовал в каком-то колоссальном количестве этих действительно тусовок. Вот такой курс мы попробуем сделать. Но, кстати говоря, выступавший на нашей конференции Achim Waeber был одним из тех людей, который делал открытое небо между США и Евросоюзом. Это, как вы помните, была большая такая тоже штука и тоже достаточно сложная. Вот. Понятно, что в мире не так уж много людей, которым бы это было интересно, но почему бы и нет? Ну что ж, огромное вам спасибо. Вот, я думаю, что мы проведем какое-нибудь мероприятие в районе лета. Всех вас приглашаю.
Спасибо.
Да. Ну, на этом
Спасибо большое.
конференция
До свидания.
закрыта. До свидания.
Да,
Всего доброго.
спасибо.
До свидания.
До свидания, спасибо.
Так. Ухожу.